Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, for your diligence and your understanding this morning and paying attention. I'm here to voice my strong support for H.D4607. As many of you know, I've spent a great deal of my career in the legislature over the past 24 years dealing with this issue of gun violence prevention. Massachusetts proudly has some of the lowest gun violence rates in the United States. Unfortunately, our laws aren't perfect. While we have strong and effective laws, those laws are in need of an update, and that is exactly what this piece of legislation does. At the beginning of the session, I filed 14 separate pieces of legislation to address what I saw as loopholes in Massachusetts' current gun laws and places where they needed to be updated. I'm proud to say that the vast majority of those 14 ideas have been incorporated into the superb piece of legislation. What this legislation does is it closes a number of loopholes. It deals with a number of existing problems where Massachusetts laws had not kept up with existing technology changes in the gun industry, while in no way does it affect the rights of legal gun owners or pose any significant obstacles toward people getting a gun permit. And in the end, it will make Massachusetts safer. And that's the bottom line. As was previously stated during this hearing, the single biggest cause of death of children in the United States is gun violence. 30% of child deaths in the United States are due to gun violence. More than cancer, more than COVID, more than diabetes, more than anything else. And this is a uniquely American problem. Nowhere else in the world has a problem of gun violence like the United States of America does. We in Massachusetts should be proud because we have been leaders in dealing with this issue. And this bill closes the loopholes, allows us to keep up with changes in technology, and will make Massachusetts safer. And we will continue to be a leader if we pass this bill, and I certainly hope we do. Specifically, this bill addresses the following issues. It closes the ghost gun loophole that currently exists in Massachusetts. It deals with making sensitive places as allowable under the Bruin decision safe. It changes the definition of assault weapons to keep up with changes in technology. It deals with illegal changes to guns, that so-called Glock switches. We did it on bump stocks. We needed to do it on Glock switches and others. It deals with live fire training, something I've been harping on for many, many years, making sure that when you get a gun license, that you're properly trained and you know how to safely fire and handle a weapon. It expands our ERPO laws in allowing more people to petition who have knowledge, and still protects due process for those who are the respondents in those cases. And it increases the penalties for the loss or failure to report a lost or stolen firearm. I thank you for your consideration this morning. I hope this bill passes with all deliberate speed, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I look forward to seeing this bill on the floor.
I will now call Josh Nix.
I will punch you in the face. Sorry, my dog's being a jerk. No, I can't say nothing because there's a microphone rolling. I can't threaten my dog.
Well,
verbally at least.
Not much of a public speaker. I apologize. Nervous in a room with 10 people, never mind all these people. I just want to say I stand opposed to this bill. Roll something here. Still not even sure. Try to get everything I feel in 3 minutes here. I'm here to ask that you do not support this bill. It is not what our state needs. It does not effectively address the problems it seeks to resolve. This bill, like many others, continues to focus on assault weapons and features, things that do not matter in the grander scheme of things in this state. We do not continue to We do not need to continue to restrict the firearms, magazines, triggers, or whatever other mechanism you can come up with. These things do not matter, and much like technology, it can quickly be outdated, and so can these regulations, and we'll be right back to where we started. The only successful preventative to gun violence is to prevent access. Our state has remained safe not because of our assault weapons ban. It's remained safe because of a robust licensing system, a system that many on both sides support. We need to continue to build off this existing effective system. Anytime used otherwise is a waste and creates undue delay in progress and safety. We see the effects across the country of states that do not take the time to properly vet firearm owners. These are the states where you can purchase a firearm with nothing more than proof of residency. These are also the states where you see these mass shootings occurring. We have police officers who carry firearms of all kinds, who carry firearms within schools even, and we think nothing of it. We have men and women with the Secret Service carrying firearms next to the President of the United States, and we think nothing of it. So you cannot tell me that we are unable to effectively vet firearm owners. And once these individuals are deemed safe, then it should not matter what firearms they possess or what features the firearm has. You're safe or you are not. The same logic also applies to the street crime we see on the news every day. I would say this is the true gun violence problem in the state. This is, again, an access issue. Why do these individuals have access to firearms? Why are those who are found in possession of them let off such insignificant sentences? We need to increase the penalties for unlawful possession of firearms in this state. And when I say unlawful possession, I mean the possession of a firearm without a license. Again, it does not matter what the firearm is, whether it's a handgun, an assault weapon, a ghost gun, a firearm is a firearm. Either you have a license to possess it or you do not. We also need to realize the true resolution to the street crime we have is much more involved. We need to seek to give these individuals a hope of a better life than the crime would provide them, or remove the necessity of crime through access to shelter, food, education, future. But obviously, it's a much greater issue than a firearm bill can seek to resolve. Lastly, I'd just like to say I've always voted to promote the well-being and freedom of others. And in many cases, that meant voting against my own interests when it came to firearms, something I'm growing tired of doing. There's no reason this needs to be such a black or white or left or right issue. I support so many things on both sides, and I'm just tired of being in this state as a gun owner, feeling as like a second-class citizen, that my opinion doesn't matter on any of these things. And even today on my way here, I felt the same way, wondering, am I just wasting my time to come and give my opinion on this side of this argument here? And that's really it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nix. Any questions from members of the committees? Representative Sullivan, Almeida.
Not a question, but I just want to thank you for taking the time out to come out and testify in opposition of this bill. I know you and I have had several conversations, being a member of an Abington Fire Department, which I represent, how important this issue is to you. You know, and I do have one question. Has your firearm ever gone off without you pulling the trigger?
No, that's never happened.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Zaros.
Thank you, Chair. You did a great job. And concise, to the point. Your opinion does matter. Thank you.
Thank you. See no other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll call up Carrie Ann Auclair from the DC project.
I was just spanking a puppy.
Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, my name is Carrie Ann Auclair. I'm the State Director for Armed Women of America, the DC Project. I am a firearm instructor and a mother of two. Armed Women of America is a women's shooting chapter, and the DC Project is a nationwide organization of women that safeguard our Second Amendment. I'm the face of firearm ownership. Massachusetts, women are the fastest growing demographic of gun owners. I'm here today to oppose Bill H.D4607. I was going to talk
What happened? Oh man, what did you click on, jerk?
about one component of the bill being education, but I can't.
Your dog stepped on the
This
mouse.
whole entire bill is going to affect me. It's going to affect your communities and the whole entire state of Massachusetts. So I'm here just talking about the bill in general. I went to 9 out of 11 listening tours, started February 26th, ended June 6th. Representative Michael Day spearheaded the tour to relook at our current gun laws to make safer communities. These laws will only make unsafe communities. These tours and this bill disappoints me and frustrates me. Some legislators don't respect Constitution or uphold their oath in office. These continual efforts to demonize guns and gun owners needs to stop. It's wrong. It's an anti-freedom tactic, and it needs to end. Gun owners are not the enemy. We are not the problem. We want exactly what you want. We want safer communities. I am a mom of 2. I want my children to feel safe. This is why I carry a firearm. I don't want to see evil acts, and I know you don't either. We need to have a conversation rather than stripping us of our rights, of our Second Amendment. The only difference is we want to defend our country from enemies, foreign and domestic, with our civil rights. Look what's happening right now in Israel. It's horrible. I can't even put the news on. Seeing moms being dragged out of their homes, killed, raped, their children, they can't defend themselves. The Minister of the National Security announced on Sunday, and I quote, "Today, I direct the Firearms Licensing Division to go to an emergency operation to allow as many citizens as possible to arm themselves. This bill will disarm law-abiding citizens and make Massachusetts residents a soft target." Let me tell you about some Massachusetts residents that are members of my shooting chapter. I will give you some stories. I have a member that was shot at by a jealous female with an illegal firearm who has been let out in the streets over and over again. She survived. She came to us because she wanted to feel safe and secure with her firearm. I have another woman who was shot. Held up by gunpoint in a bank, not just once, twice. Tell me about wanting to feel safe. And then I have another woman that contacted me, a domestic violence survivor. Do you know why she contacted me? She wanted to feel safe. Her and her children. You want to know why? Because her ex-husband was let back out in the street. She, to this day, is fearful for her life. So she came to me to feel safe and secure with her firearm. Putting firearms on a woman's hip creates an equalizer to someone's bigger who wants to hurt me, who wants to hurt my children. I became part of these organizations because I have a passion. I have a passion for education, not legislation. To help women to feel confident and comfortable with their firearms is so crucial and important. And I am so thankful to be part of that every single day. I would love to be a resource to you. I would love to sit down with any one of you and talk to you about the real reasons why I carry a firearm and what firearm ownership looks like. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I will now call up a panel, one in person, one hybrid. Hema Sarong-Szymanski from Jane Doe and Stephanie Brown, who's appearing virtually from Casa Mirna.
Good morning, chairs and honorable members of this committee. My name is Hema Sarong-Szymanski, Deputy Director of Jane Doe, Inc., the Massachusetts Coalition Against Sexual Assaults and Domestic Violence. Today, we are here as representatives of the JDI Coalition to share our strong support for H.D. 4607, An Act modernizing firearms laws. This bill has been a long-awaited reflection of our needs as communities to curtail the harms of gun violence in our communities. Our coalition of 60 member programs supports survivors of domestic abuse, sexual assault, harassment, and other forms of intimate harm every day. Today, domestic violence is no longer routinely considered a private matter. State protections do exist, and survivors of sexual harms and domestic violence are more able to speak out about what they experienced, and more importantly, get the help and support they need. Yet in 2023, our field is also deeply concerned by what may come down from the US v. Rahimi decision that seeks to put domestic violence back into the realm of the private sphere and gut protections for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. This summer, coalitions, including ours, and all across the country, put forth thousands of stories of survivors impacted by gun violence, many of which we've heard here today, and the need for common sense protections to ensure that these protections do not go away. At JDI, we won't sit back and listen to arguments supporting any rolling back of protections for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. Rather, we want broader, common sense protections that ensure that survivors can get the help they need and stay safe. We work towards a world free of sexual assault and domestic violence through a lens that centers racial equity. And we understand that civil legal protections can offer a broad range of relief for many survivors outside of the criminal legal system. For example, 209A and 250AD protection, which are restraining orders, offer civil protection to help survivors of DV and SA get the protection they need to ensure that those who harm them stay away from their home or place of work. These civil orders work, and they decrease the likelihood of further harm by 80%. This bill brings necessary consistency to our 209A and 250AD statutes and sends a clear message to petitioners and respondents that those who must comply with these orders of protection, when they are able to demonstrate that they're likely to be imminently harmed, must surrender their firearms. Similarly, the extreme risk protection orders are emergency provisions that prevent someone at risk of physically hurting themselves or others with a firearm to stop that behavior. We need these protections in Massachusetts now. Taking action on guns is necessary and a part of the foundation needed to keep survivors safe. During Domestic Violence Awareness Month this October, we ask you to report this bill out favorably. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, members of the committees on Ways and Means and the Judiciary. My name is Stephanie Brown. I'm the CEO of Casa Mirna Vasquez, a domestic violence organization in Boston. Founded in 1977, Casa Mirna believes that every relationship should be safe and healthy. We deliver solutions to domestic and dating violence through intervention, awareness, and prevention. Annually, we serve over 2,200 survivors and answer 30,000 hotline calls through SafeLink, the statewide domestic violence hotline. And Casa Mirna is a proud member of Jane Doe. I'm here today to testify, no surprise, in strong support of H.D4607. If there's one thing that I want you to remember from my testimony, it's that gun violence and intimate partner violence are inextricably linked. Casa Mirna works with every survivor to assess the level of danger they may be in with their abusers. Survivors
because
use
they
this
ignore
assessment to
the
help plan for their safety
defense
and for
of
that of their
violence
children, their friends, and
through
their family.
the equalization of force
flags
provided by a
that an abuser
firearm.
may be
They
lethal
only
is whether
look
they have
at the
access
negative
to
results,
firearms.
and therefore their
Every day, I
results
see
are
the
skewed,
faces
and
of
no one
survivors
is
threatened,
questioning them
intimidated, and
on
traumatized
the
by
fact that
abusers
they
with
only
guns.
look
And we know
at
that
the
these are
negative
not idle
side of
threats.
the issue,
A
and
woman is
therefore
5 times
basing
more
all their
likely to be
opinions on
murdered
a
when her
warped
abuser has
perspective.
access to a gun.
It's either
Male
intentional
domestic
or
abusers
out of
who had access
ignorance,
to
but
guns
either
were
way,
11 times more likely
it's
than
a
abusers
bad-
without
it's a
access to kill their
issue with
victims.
their side of the
Guns are
debate.
also commonly used as a tactic by harm doers
I think
to emotionally
Brooke
and
just summarized it the
psychologically
same way
abuse a
there.
victim in coercive, controlling relationships, with the explicit goal of exerting power and control over their partner. Women of color, people in the LGBTQ+ community, and women with disabilities are disproportionately impacted by gun violence in intimate partner relationships.
because those are the
link
people that
between
you
gun violence
make
and
guns
domestic violence
demonized
exists
to.
beyond the
So
dangerous
those
impact
people
of
had
guns
not
those
in the past
interpersonal
seeked
relationships.
out
According to every town
equalization of
gun
force through a
safety,
firearm.
in more than half of mass shootings over the past decade, the perpetrator shot a current or former intimate partner or family member as part of the rampage. It often kicks off the rampage. We can see that on multiple fronts how dangerous the presence of a gun in households are. In Massachusetts, 35% of intimate partner related homicides between 2018 and 2023 involved a firearm. The presence of guns in the household can prevent a person from leaving an abusive relationship. As we know, that time that a survivor contemplates leaving the abusive relationship is often the most dangerous period for them. Children are also deeply impacted, not only as witnesses to violence, but victims in domestic violence related shootings. You heard earlier about the survivor whose child was killed by the abuser. And so for survivors who partners work in law enforcement, the likelihood that firearms will be used as a threat is also very high. So as Hema said, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. In this month, you have the opportunity to protect survivors being impacted by gun violence. So I hope you will report favorably.
Throw the law enforcement under the bus, asshole.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Representative Sullivan, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the current law, is someone who has a 209A order against them, aren't they already have to give their guns back to the police department?
Back to the police department.
209A.
Back to the police department.
Interest to JDI and our members is creating some consistency in 258E and 209A.
That's the mentality.
That directly be stated in the 258E statute. Firearms are able to be removed. However, it is critical that both petitioners and respondents be on notice, and that provision of including that language in the statute is protective and wanted by our membership.
So, and I appreciate, because today, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and being a domestic violence survivor, I appreciate we bringing light to that. I also want to kind of note, because I know you made a comment in your testimony that JDI's issue or their mission is to protect all survivors of domestic violence. However, JDI has come out in opposition of what we know is the dangerousness bill that the governor filed previous sessions. Wouldn't you agree that in situations where there's a gun in the home and a gun's been confiscated and there's maybe a potential that a gun owner may have access to other firearms that aren't listed or registered to their name, wouldn't you agree that a victim of domestic violence should have more time to prepare for their safety if an abuser is released from jail, or more awareness when it comes to, sorry, my daughter's feeling probably me getting anxious over this, but also, increasing penalties when it comes to cutting off a GPS bracelet, the protections that the dangerous bill would have done outside of just taking away gun owners' rights.
Absolutely. Our objection to that particular overbroad bill was really in the breadth of it. There are a number of components of that bill, a couple of which you've raised, that have been always core threads of the larger bill that we would have and would continue to work with, and have continued to work with many in this space on those issues. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Unfortunately, I don't recall in those committee hearings JDI coming out in support of any piece of that legislation.
I'm sorry, that was your experience.
Representative Zarrelson.
Thank you, Chair. As a former police officer, I've seen exactly a lot of what you're talking about. And thankfully, we've made a huge stride over the years. Years ago, we couldn't even arrest someone if it was a past assault battery, but now we can, thank God. You focused on really one part of the bill, and we as legislators have to deal with the rest of the bill. So I'm interested, you asking us to support the bill. Is there any other parts that you support? I mean, one of the ones that comes up a lot is gun-free zones. Some people think it's a good idea, others don't, because criminals with guns probably wouldn't respect that law. So
Probably wouldn't. Have never historically fucking listened to that law.
I think that, we'd be happy to put additional information into written testimony as well. But in addition to the provisions around 209A and 258E, as well as the expansion of the extreme risk protection orders. That is also of interest to the JDI membership. We also are supportive of the provisions that would require permission seeking in private dwellings as well. We have worked with many individuals who are victims of domestic violence perpetrated by law enforcement, and are considering support of that as well. But we'd be glad to put some additional information into written testimony and support.
Thank you, and I do echo my colleague Rep. Sullivan's concerns about the dangerousness bill, and maybe you can help us this time with the new version of that.
Yeah, we are always open to conversations about elements that protect survivors. I mean, that is our, we take a nuanced approach at the intersection. We're holding many tensions as we look at provisions that do benefit some survivors. We recognize that other survivors are impacted adversely. So we're always open to conversations, and sometimes we have push and pull and tension in that, and that is a natural part of this process, and glad to be in conversation.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your testimony. I will now call James Mahar.
Thank you, Chairman Day. Was refreshing to have my name pronounced correctly. I appreciate that. When you sat across the table from voters throughout the Commonwealth during your listening tour, you told us that you and your peers understood that the licensed gun owner was not a driving factor for gun violence in this state. And yet here we are, less than a year later, with one business day's notice, discussing a bill that serves solely to further regulate, under penalty of 2.5 years in prison, mind you, the behavior of those same license holders. I live in Worcester County, in Representative Frost's district, and every week I see the arrest reports on Facebook from Worcester PD. It's the same thing again and again. Young men with multiple prior convictions getting arrested in possession of firearms, usually with magazines that hold more than the 10 rounds that I'm allowed, sometimes even with imported auto sears, but never with an LTC. There was another one this morning, I can't get it up on my phone now, but in Worcester on Young Street. When my wife goes to get her nails done, I have to give her directions so Google Maps doesn't take her through a neighborhood with weekly shot spotter activations. But you know what? I realize that not everyone is so lucky to get to return to a quiet suburb at the end of the day. Tens of thousands of citizens in this state live and work every day in areas that a lot of people in this room would write off as unsafe. Many of them rightfully choose to be legally armed because they know better than anyone the dangers posed by the repeat violent offenders that our legal system has thus far failed to isolate from society. We know they're making this choice to carry. We heard from, I believe, our second panel today that there was a 600% increase in licensure in those affected districts. Why should the plumbers, electricians, and other tradesmen who keep the heat and lights on in some of the state's most vulnerable neighborhoods be forced to leave their firearm behind while on a call after decades of carrying without incident? Because let's be clear, that's exactly what this bill's prohibited places language with regards to private property would do. How do you explain to a mother who feels compelled to purchase a firearm to defend her family from the violence on the streets around them that although she can purchase a handgun, which will take countless hours to become highly competent with, she can't buy an easier to learn pistol caliber rifle that shoots the exact same ammunition from the exact same magazines because the presence of a stock and a longer barrel on the otherwise equivalent firearm somehow makes it an assault weapon, despite it being less concealable and really only useful around the home? If you truly believe what you said when you told us that we, as lawful owners, are not the problem, then you already know that restrictions of this type on our behavior will do nothing to reduce violence in this state and serve only to increase our frustrations. If you truly care about that goal, as I believe you do, I ask you to throw out the activist written language and start over on these sections with a new strategy. Sit down with law enforcement and criminal justice professionals across the state. Look at the individuals, the specific people who are committing the shootings, the murders, and work backwards from there. Look at the data on their prior arrests and convictions and develop laws that will ensure that today's firearms, assault, and robbery charges don't turn into next year's homicide. I was in this room 9 years ago for the hearings on the 2014 bill, and I will tell you that this chamber surprised many of us and earned some real respect for hearing our concerns then. I pray that you will hear us again today and not squander the goodwill that your predecessors earned. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Representative Markey.
I got just a couple things. One is this idea that people are not prosecuted under the law 10H or subsequent offense. Until you look at the facts of the specific case, it's difficult for anyone here to comment on that. And I say that as the difference between arrest by an officer and probable cause in conviction is beyond a reason. And that understanding is quite significant. Also understanding what the difference is between possession, constructive possession, knowledge, the
They're looking at it at a fucking
those
that
are
they
things when there's 4 individuals,
understanding
there's
that
one
there's
gun and
other
some
pieces to that
passengers. And how do you convict the driver's side passenger of that kind of knowledge? So you see an arrest for that. An obligation of an district attorney, obligation of a judge to pursue can prove what can be proven and punished. So the idea of that, I think, is disingenuous to be critical of. Because I know from my own experience that a district attorney is an elected official and is accountable to the people. And if he's not or she's not prosecuting people with gun violence, they are going to be removed from office. The second thing is I want this to be a productive opportunity for all of us. I have some concerns of this bill. I think prohibitive areas is a legitimate concern. Why? No one has come up and said, why is this a difficult thing? Why is it that it's a problem? I have my own ideas of why it's difficult. But no one has come up on the pro Second Amendment side to say ghost guns are a problem. And for anyone to say that they're not, they're naive. So the idea being, and the same thing with ERPO, there is a need to expand some degree of ERPO. You may have a legitimate issue with due process, but let's correct them and let's figure them out. Because right now, there is and I get it. I get the idea that, oh, it's only one business day and all that, but we're not being productive. So I'm hoping at some point during this day, we could be productive and address those concerns. But I just wanted to mention the idea of people not being prosecuted in the end or punished. There are a million factors that go into that. And I just want to make sure people are aware of that.
So if I can address that as I think disingenuous might be a bit of a harsh assessment. And I acknowledge that, the rights of criminal defendants are essential. They're foundational civil rights. The same way the Second Amendment is a critical civil right. The right to a fair trial is also a critical civil right. And there are sometimes consequences, and it's better that 100 men go free than that 1 man be wrongly convicted. And I truly do believe that. And I realize that sometimes means that bad people will go free on the streets. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the people involved in their prosecution didn't make their best effort. However, what I do believe is that if we start, again, find the individuals and really look at, I'm an engineer, I'm a mechanical engineer. I look at things from a problem-solving standpoint. So I want to start with the end result is stop the death, stop the violence, stop the murders, stop the shootings. So start with those people who are these specific problems and then say, hey, is there a, legal package that we could develop that would have caught those people or given us a chance to interdict those people sooner? The comment on drive-by shootings earlier in terms of firing into a building, that's exactly the type of thing I'm talking about, where we can find people who are slipping through the cracks, who go on to commit violent crimes, intercept them, and ensure that they are addressed before they go on to commit that act of violence. As for the prohibited areas thing, and I think I kind of began to speak to it, and it's something I wish more people would hit on today. I realize that it's, it sounds like, oh, well, why should somebody be able to carry a gun to someone else's house? And I get that impulse, but we have methods for dealing with this under the current law, truthfully, and you're welcome to eject someone. That's how it's going to work on private property. And there's really, it's the boundary cases. It's things where you, like you said, I have a tradesman going into somebody's home. no man in their right mind who's going to take a heating call at 2 a.m. to keep someone's heat on, in the middle of January when it's snowing out, is going to want to say, oh, by the way, can I bring my gun in with me? And now if they say no, now that they know they have a gun and they know they don't have it on them and they know it's in the car, for someone who they might have had no interaction with beyond a last minute call for service. And that's one example that came to mind. But the problem is that when we make laws like this that are so broad reaching, that apply to people who have been conducting themselves legally, we don't know what all of those boundary cases are until we start seeing good people get arrested for them. And I just think that this is too harsh of a tool to use on licensed gun owners who historically really haven't been generating the problems in the state. As for the extreme risk protection orders, I'll be honest, there was a lot to go through in the last 72 hours that I was reading through this. I didn't get to that language. I'll let the Gun Owners Action League speaks for me on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you. You give your testimony. And next we'll call up Representative Francisco Paulino. And as Representative Paulino is approaching, I was remiss in recognizing Representative Pease and Representative Kilcoyne, who've joined us here as well.
Good afternoon, Chairman Day and every member of the Joint Committee. I come from Lawrence, and as much as I wanted today to do this testimony as a father, I cannot detach myself from the responsibility that the parents are doing to represent views and their best interests. 8 years ago, I brought my kid Jackson to preschool. I was happy there. But watching his, I was leaving the class. I started crying my wife too. The way it was, Daddy, you're leaving me with somebody that I don't know. And I felt guilty. And I cried. But I knew it was the thing for him because he needed to get a good education. I can tell you, as a father, I would give my life anytime for my kids or for any member of my family. My kids are the most precious thing that I have. And I would like something that keep me awake, that make me afraid all the time, is how safe they are when they go to school. And that's why I'm supporting this bill, specifically the part of the bill that amends Section 121 of Chapter 140, that provide a detailed and clear definition of assault-style firearm weapon, which, when combined with other comprehensive measures within that bill, have the potential to prevent or reduce fatalities in school as compared to those tragic events like those in Columbine High School and Sandy Hook Elementary School, just miles away in Connecticut. By clearly defining what constitutes an assault-style firearm weapon, it becomes easier for law enforcement to enforce regulations and for retailers to remain compliant. This can lead to fewer of such weapons on the street, making it harder for potential intruders to obtain them. Restricting enhanced features, specifically target features that make firearms more lethal in Massachusetts, can prevent the number of fatalities on any school or any district in Massachusetts. It's not the same if you have a semi-automatic weapon that you have to every time you shoot. And that can give time to law enforcement or security officers at school to minimize the loss of life. We're talking about the most precious thing that we have, our kids. If this was my last day as state rep, I'd be happy, because coming here and supporting this bill, is helping every father, every parent like me to know that when we let our kids school, they can be safe because of this legislation. I respectfully ask this committee to help prevent a Sandy Hook in Massachusetts. Semi-automatic weapons have no place in Massachusetts. I know many of my friends that have lost kids. So I'm just Angie, a couple weeks ago, 19 years old girl that we helped her to be accepted to Modernizing Community College. She was shot to death the same day. She got the notice. So coming from Lawrence, I know how hard it is to visit a friend that his son or his wife have been killed with a firearm. I respectfully ask this committee to vote in favor of this bill and prevent again a Sandy Hook happening here in Massachusetts.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And now welcome John Nicholas Sanborn Phillip.
Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, Chairman Day. My name is John Philp. I am a resident of Massachusetts for 53 years since I was born. I've practiced my Second Amendment rights since I was 16 and a half. And I had prepared a speech for today, but after listening to the discussions, I feel like it's better if I just speak from my heart. Chairman Day and members of the committee, I have to tell you from my heart that I believe that if you pass this bill, whatever number it has now, it originally was 4420, and there are signs all over this state that don't say modify it, they say stop it. And that is the voice of our state, our American people speaking to you. And I have to tell you from my heart, both sir and committee, that I believe that if this law is passed as it's presently constituted, it constitutes an act of treason against the United States of America. At this point, over 7 million people have entered this country illegally just in the past 3 years. And it is a matter of fact that prisons in the origin nations, their populations have been falling. This is known. It is also known that a cache of weapons that I believe is valued at about $8 billion was left in Afghanistan when our troops left in August of 2021. And it is known, it is reasoned that these weapons are now in the hands of Taliban, Hamas, and other terrorist groups. They are coming. They are coming to America. And when they do, our police are going to be overwhelmed. And you are going to need a civilian militia to help you protect our shores. If you disarm us now, you're sowing the seeds for the demise of our country, as it has been known for my entire life and the lives of all generations ever since the founding. And that's all I have to say. I could get into the details that I tried to write out in the short period of time since you modified this and you've tried to ram this through and pass this into law before any of the citizens have had a chance to look at it. I beg you to stop this. And I know that I speak on the behalf of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of Americans, not just people in Massachusetts, but other states that have passed laws that are far milder than this and have been reaping the consequences of it. You've got police in California that are afraid to stand up to the mobs that are breaking into shops and looting them. That's all I can say. but I'm very frightened. I'm very frightened for the future of our country. But I'd be happy to take any questions that you have about my position.
Thank you, Mr. Phillip. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I will now call Ruth Zacharin.
To Chair Day, Chair Miklowitz, and the members of the committee, thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify on behalf of the Massachusetts Coalition to Prevent Gun Violence, a coalition of 126 member organizations from across the state, in strong support of H.D4607 An Act modernizing firearms laws. As a leader of an organization dedicated to preventing gun violence in all its forms, and grateful to Chair Day and our legislative leaders for introducing this bill, which provides a comprehensive response to the very complex public health crisis that is gun violence. You have already heard a great deal of statistics and information and facts. What I want to share with you today is a bit about how I came to be doing this work myself. Before I became the executive director of the coalition, I spent over 25 years working with children, adolescents, and adults impacted by domestic and sexual violence. During that time, I worked with survivors whose abusers used guns to threaten and control them, and others who were assaulted at gunpoint. I heard too many stories of victims who were afraid to try to leave their relationship because of their partner's access to guns. For the 11 years that I worked in Brockton, my program cared for children in the aftermath of a domestic violence homicide. One story that is seared into my memory: a young mother was shot and killed by her abusive ex-partner. She left behind 2 young children. The grandparents could not bring themselves to tell the children that their mother was gone, and they asked me to help them deliver that information, which I, of course, did because the children needed to have someone talk to them, and that was me. I will never forget the looks on their faces as I broke the news. I remember thinking over and over again, this should not be happening. We need to do more to change this. No child should have to hear this kind of news. That is what brings me to this work. No child should have to hear that their parent is gone forever. No parent should have to bury their child. No family should have to go through that kind of trauma, particularly when we know that gun violence is preventable. And that is why this bill is so important. It takes a multi-layered approach with policy pieces that address the proliferation of guns in our communities, a more robust analysis of data, and more attention to prohibiting access to guns for those at risk of harming themselves and others, to name a few. Gun violence is a huge problem in Massachusetts, leaving families bereaved and communities traumatized. Every shooting, every death from firearms is a call to action. Survivors need us to take action. Our children need us to take action, all of us, from legislators to advocates to gun owners, to take action to prevent the trauma of gun violence from happening. We need to pass that bill as a part of that action. We must send the message that every resident of the Commonwealth in every zip code has the right to live free from the threat of gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. Now call Eric Adams. Eric Adams present? Okay, we'll move to Kelly Reynolds. Kelly Reynolds.
Chairman Day, committee, thank you. My name is Rick Larson. I'm from Marshfield. I'm a Massachusetts State Police approved basic firearms safety instructor. When H.D4607 first hit, I hated it, but there were people in favor and I wanted to know why. And that is how I discovered Ruth Zacharin from the Massachusetts Coalition to Prevent Gun Violence. Thank you, Ruth. She hosted a webinar called Guns, Safety, and the Edge of Adulthood. It described a study from New York showing how providing specific support for inner city youth when they're vulnerable can keep them out of gangs.
What?
Whatever else Ruth is doing, this study really opened my eyes. Ruth, respect. Thank you. Then there's Erin Pallett. The day after the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida, she envisioned a charity called Operation Blazing Sword. She now has over 1,500 volunteer instructors teaching people in the LGBTQ plus community about responsible gun ownership. I recently heard from Michael Sodini, founder of Walk the Talk America. His goal is to foster connection between the gun community and the mental health community and overcome the stigma attached to both. Why am I here today? I don't know. I feel like my government has already made up its mind. You only announced H.D4607 last week, not much time to learn and reflect on 120 plus pages of proposed legislation. Nevertheless, please don't let the tail wag the dog. I'm convinced this bill only addresses the tail. Some examples. The tail, making up Massachusetts-specific definitions for guns and gun parts so they can be regulated or eliminated. I think a red herring. The tail, creating anticipation that nearly everyone, including clergy and mental health professionals, might be expected to report a suicidal parishioner, friend, or client. Trust. The tail, mandating a checkerboard of places where you may and may not carry, and then a $1,000 fine or 2.5 years in jail or both for failure to comply. So what is the dog? What will reduce illegal gun use? How about we address fear and loneliness? I think that's the real issue. It was exacerbated by the pandemic and amplified by network news, bent on monetizing the scaring of people. Here's the dog. Ruth Zacharin's study confronts the dog by addressing loneliness. Erin Pallett's response gives a marginalized community hope when confronted with hate. That addresses fear. Mike Sodini's work addresses both. If you believe, as I do, that curtailing illegal gun use happens when you reduce fear and loneliness, please reflect on each and every section of that bill and ask yourself, will this reduce fear and loneliness? If not, then sadly the opposite may be true. 4607, a catalyst, even a source for fear and loneliness for undeserving citizens of our Commonwealth. Thanks.
Thank you for testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go virtual to Aaron Grossman from Boston Pink Pistols.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Grossman. I'm a resident of Waltham. I own an engineering and design firm focused on consumer devices, trying to add firearm accessories to our portfolio. I'm a Massachusetts certified firearm instructor, volunteering in licensed classes at Harvard Sportsman's Club, where I'm also the secretary. But I'm here this afternoon as the head of Boston's chapter of the Pink Pistols, which I restarted in 2016. Pink Pistols advocate for lawful self-defense with firearms by members of sexual minority communities. We're nonpartisan because personal protection and firearms are not partisan issues. We have several hundred members and followers in Mass who rely on continued access to their right to protect themselves and their families. Everyone from the news to this deliberative body remind us continually that reports of violent crime are rising. Those reports are increasingly common in cases of targeted violence against minorities, including the queer community, because people continue to harm others for who they are. Wishing otherwise can never change this. H.D4607 is beyond repair. It will make our community more vulnerable, and any claims to improve safety in the Commonwealth are not grounded in reality. The updated training and licensing language is a mess. As written, anyone first licensed since 1998 needs recertification, This alone will make it harder for at-risk individuals to get properly trained and licensed. The demanded materials respecting de-escalation, active shooter response, etc., don't exist, and it's unclear who is expected to create them. The sections related to the firearms roster, magazines, and so-called assault weapons effectively prohibit nearly every common modern firearm design, including one specifically named as legal following then AG Healy's 2016 press release. Blocking access to these critical tools will leave threatened individuals without the means to keep themselves safe. Under this proposal, we remain, to my knowledge, the only state that licenses defensive sprays. The red flag law would allow malicious individuals to strip endangered minorities of their protection without recourse, yet continues to refuse to support people who are in real crisis. And it gets better. Carry and transport restrictions remain in obvious conflict with the guidance from Heller, Kitano, and Bruin decisions. Many of the updated decisions contain technical errors or conflict with federal laws. The incorrect use of the term submachine gun, for example, shows a fundamental lack of knowledge in the space. There's no funding allotted for the many initiatives this proposal describes. If allowed to pass, we can expect lawsuits from COM2A, FPC, etc., with plaintiffs like me. These cases will include amicus briefs from the Pink Pistols, as well as National African American Gun Owners Association and similar. Meanwhile, the Commonwealth will be forced to defend itself and its stance using racist Jim Crow era laws. Defending against these suits could cost our taxpayers tens of millions of dollars, money that could instead be spent on proven effective programs like Operation Ceasefire or Eddie Eagle. H.D4607 is 123 embarrassing pages of poor work. I invite you all to save face by letting it die in committee.
Oh, he gave him an action too. He gave him a call to action. Fuck yes.
Seeing none, thank you. We'll stay virtual with Samuel Levy from Every Town for Gun Safety.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We get you, go ahead.
And now we get paid
All right,
lawyer
thanks,
guy.
Chairman Day, Chairman Milkowitz, members of committees, thank you for your time. My name is Samuel Levy. I'm a regional legal director at Every Town for Gun Safety, America's largest gun violence prevention organization. And I'm here today proudly on behalf of our Mom Demand Action volunteers from across the Commonwealth to stand in strong support of H.D4607. As you've heard stated many times today, Massachusetts is the safest state in the country when it comes to gun violence. And the people of the Commonwealth enjoy the lowest rate of gun violence because long ago, these members and your predecessors in the legislature recognized the simple fact.
This is a reason
that
to
strong
listen
gun
to
laws
it, because
save
this
lives.
is why they're
And
doubling
when they are
down.
fully and fairly
They are
implemented, they
desperate
can
to
reduce rates
suggest
of
that gun
suicide,
laws work,
rates of
so they
interpersonal gun
need
violence,
this
and frankly, keep
doubling
people
down.
safer. And so I'm grateful to you, Chairman Day, to the Speaker of the House, and to all the members here for putting forward this important legislation, which will continue the Commonwealth's legacy of being a leader on this issue. For context, if it's helpful, there are two states that are closest to Massachusetts in overall population. Those states are Indiana and Tennessee. So if you're looking for a comparison on what states with lax gun laws yield, as opposed to what you all enjoy in the Commonwealth, it's worth noting that Tennessee has 22.8 gun deaths per 100,000 residents. That's about 6.5 times the rate of Massachusetts. And Indiana has 18.4 deaths per 100,000, and that's about 5
They have
times,
to say deaths because
that
they
of the
can't
Commonwealth.
say crime.
So there is no question, frankly, that these laws are vital, that they're foundational. I'm grateful to even opponents of this bill who have recognized that fundamental aspects of the law that already exist in Massachusetts and are being updated in this bill, including your strong licensing laws that allow for licenses to be denied to individuals who pose a danger to themselves or others, are vital. They're access prevention tools. This all comes down to the question of access, right? These laws are perfectly compatible with the Second Amendment. They respect the rights of gun owners to carry in public, who want to have guns in their home for self-protection. Those folks who have spoken here passionately about the bill have owned guns to date, have gotten permits and licenses issued to date with all the strong laws in the Commonwealth, and nothing in this bill would change that. What this bill would do is ensure that individuals who are going to carry guns in public are thoroughly vetted and well trained, and update aspects of the law that, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, need to be adapted to changing threats and changing realities. I was grateful to be part of the conversation with the former Speaker DeLeo when the ERPL law was originally passed, and to have supported a great many initiatives over my years with the organization. As a former prosecutor, I'll say I share very much the concerns for gun crimes and the protection of victims of gun crimes. Those things are not mutually exclusive. What you have before you here is a range of common sense, well-researched and proven effective strategies to help reduce gun violence, suicide, interpersonal violence, and the kind of everyday violence that still plagues cities across the Commonwealth and across the country. And I am grateful for all the hard work that went into it, for the deliberative process that you all undertook to arrive at this draft. And I'm happy to answer any questions and strongly urge a favorable report on 4607. Thanks, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. Calvin Cieslak, I'm sorry if I got the name wrong, from the Nenamesek Sportsman's Club. Also virtual?
Yep, hold on one second.
Go right ahead.
Yep, all right. Yes, I represent Nenamesek Sportsman's Club in Palmer, Massachusetts. We have over 700 members. Since HD 4420 came out, I've been traveling the state, speaking at different events and talking to constituents and safe gun owners all over the state. I've spent a lot of time at events with respected gentlemen like Patrick Durant and Donnie Berthium. And I can tell you, having talked to all these people throughout the state, we have good people here who have obeyed your laws for all the years that we've had. The reason our gun crime is so low is in large portion due to the law-abiding gun owners who are out there on the street every day participating in their Second Amendment rights. When you have law-abiding gun owners out there, it makes the criminal have a second thought on who that bad person is. I personally work with shooters, both new and old shooters, to perfect their skills on a weekly basis, and I don't turn anyone away. This law is going to actively restrict access to our Second Amendment civil rights to not just big old redneck Republicans like me. It's taken away the rights of Democrats, Republicans, gay, straight, transgender, white, black, and everybody in between. And that is a problem. We need people out there using their rights safely, understanding how to use them, and when is the right time to do so. Some of the things in this bill are just ridiculous. Getting down to the fact, it's crazy. I'm a law-abiding curios and relics firearm license owner, which means I can own and collect firearms that are not on the designated roster because they are antique firearms, mostly used for historical purposes like reenactments or training. On this license, on this new bill, you would restrict my federally given license into how I'm able to bring in those firearms to be used in training and historical reenactment. The bill is an overreaching gun grab, destroying our civil rights. It's not acceptable. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Aaron Earp. Be virtual.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go right ahead. We've got you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of HD 4607. My name is Erin Earp, and I'm state and federal policy attorney at the Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence. Under the leadership of former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, Giffords Law Center researches, drafts, and defends the laws, policies, and programs proven to save lives from gun violence and support survivors. Today, I will lay out the framework for evaluating the constitutionality in light of Bruin of the prohibited area provisions in the bill and explain why these provisions fall well within the state's established power to promote public safety and do not infringe on constitutional rights.
Ms. Earp, I believe you are muted.
You're competent.
Still muted. On that end.
Technology is hard.
All right, we'll come back to you, Ms. Earp. Hopefully we can figure out what's going on.
Well, I lost my fork, so how did now I found my fork.
Nope, there you go.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure why that happened.
Go right ahead, you get it.
Because you're anti-rights bigot.
Like most rights, the Second Amendment is not unlimited, and the Supreme Court's decision in Bruin does not prevent you from passing common sense gun violence prevention laws. And in fact, the decision emphasized that certain restrictions are constitutional as a matter of settled law. Under Bruin, the first determination is whether the conduct at issue implicates the plain text of the Second Amendment. If the answer is no, the inquiry ends. If yes, the Constitution presumptively protects that conduct, and the government must then justify its regulation by demonstrating that it's consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. In Bruin, the court struck down New York's concealed carry permitting system, which required an applicant to show proper cause. The court also invalidated Massachusetts' framework that was in place at the time. And while a law passed last year addressed that issue, the Bruin decision means that more individuals will obtain licenses to carry. And without legislation, more guns in more places where they do not belong. H.D4607 would prohibit firearm possession in government buildings, schools, and polling places. These restrictions fall squarely within permissible state regulation. In District of Columbia v. Heller, which the Bruin decision expressly incorporated, the court stated that nothing, in our opinion, should be taken to cast doubt on laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings. In Bruin, the court went on to specifically state that legislative assemblies, polling places, and courthouses were considered sensitive places where firearms could be prohibited without violating the Second Amendment. H.D4607, sensitive places, clearly passed constitutional muster. This bill also establishes a presumption that carrying a firearm into a private residential dwelling is prohibited unless express permission is given by the owner. When it comes to private property not held open to the public, this rule does not implicate the text of the Second Amendment, which protects the right to keep and bear arms for self-defense only in one's own home or in public. Federal district courts in both New York and New Jersey have recently.
They muted her.
Looks like we lost the conclusion again, Ms. Earp on the mute. You're certainly welcome to submit that written testimony as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. We'll move to Vinny Sudre. Sudre. Vinny Sudre, no. All right, Alex. Frank.
Good afternoon. Frank Kelly from Somerville, Massachusetts. Chairman Day, distinguished committee members. Let me start with just a quick note. Line 1323 of the bill, talk about active shooter and emergency response training. I assume that's not how to be an actor, but to stop, make that details are. I'm a youth soccer coach. I have adorable 9 and 10-year-old girls, their safety, whether on the field, in their homes, or in their schools. Then I remember schools are gun-free zones, right? So they're okay. I remember, well, if somebody did attack a school, the police would show up and rush right in, right? Just like in Uvalde, Texas. I cannot and will not outsource the safety of my family, my community, to someone else. The rise in violent crime in our town, our state, and the nation as a whole is very concerning. But targeting the civil rights of residents does not stop crime. Legal gun owners are not the source of crime. With our current border policy, I would say it's highly likely some elements of terrorist organizations have entered the country. It could be remnants of Al-Qaeda or ISIS, Iranian-backed groups, or just MS-13 or drug cartels. We simply do not know who we have let in. H.D4607 does nothing to protect us from such people. In fact, it makes us easier targets. 4607 denies us the ability to defend ourselves against a determined group armed with rifles A pistol with 10 rounds or a bolt-action rifle is not going to cut it. An assault-style rifle, as is in the bill, is needed to just have a chance. Just look at what has happened in Israel. When the police were overwhelmed, innocent civilians were slaughtered in their hundreds. Oddly, given its history, Israel has no right to bear arms, and sadly, its gun ownership is historically at a low. Now it is just too late. Extreme gun laws are helping to create a problem. They create victims. Bad guys are going to look at the safe spaces and go, that's what I'm going to target. It's terrible. I find it also ironic to have this hearing the day after Indigenous Peoples Day, when government has committed so many crimes against Indigenous people in the past, immediately after disarmament. I want the ability to defend myself, my family, and my community against those who commit violence against the innocent, whether by criminals or organized groups. H.D4607 does not help in that regard, because legal gun owners are not the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I will go now to Dr. Ted Kalianos from the Mass Medical Society.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Go right ahead, sir. Objection. Doctor, looks like you've muted as well. There you go.
Good afternoon, Chair Day and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on behalf of the Massachusetts Medical Society on H.D4607, an act modernizing firearm laws. I'm Ted Kalianos. I'm the immediate past president of the Massachusetts Medical Society and chair of the Massachusetts Medical Society Firearm Safety and Gun Violence Prevention Advisory Group, which was established under my presidency in September of 2022. The Massachusetts Medical Society has for decades advocated for policies that will protect our patients from firearm injury and violence and advance firearm safety. Gun violence in this country is not a crisis of the Second Amendment. It is a public health crisis. To wit these facts: gun-related suicides and homicides have nearly doubled in 23 years in our country. The U.S. is the only high-income OECD country in which gun suicide rates exceeded non-gun suicide rates.
Doc, you've muted again.
Not certain why that's happening because I'm not touching it, but in 2019, the U.S. gun homicide rate was 18 times the average rate in other developed countries. U.S. gun homicide rates exceed the total homicide rates of all the high-income OECD countries combined. This truly is a public health crisis. When the leading cause of death in children is
Doctor, I apologize again. It's switched over to mute.
Again, I'm not certain why that's happening. It's not touching anything. Okay, so the Massachusetts Medical Society is guided by the principles of reducing the number of deaths, disabilities, and injuries attributable to firearms, making firearm ownership safer, and promoting education relative to firearms, ammunition, and violence prevention for physicians and other health professionals. That work continues as we come before you today with the critical goal of protecting our patients and our communities by enacting meaningful change to stem the preventable loss of life from gun violence. The Massachusetts Medical Society commends your efforts and the House's steadfast dedication under Speaker Mariano's leadership to address this public health crisis that is hurting and killing our patients of all ages and devastating families and communities. We are pleased to see inclusion of provisions in this bill that strengthen the extreme risk protective orders, close the assault weapons loophole, address ghost guns, and make gun ownership safer by requiring live firearms training. On the issue of extreme risk protective orders, the Medical Society was proud to support the establishment of the statute in 2018 to help keep guns out of the hands of those who pose risk to causing to harm others. We would like to thank you for the inclusion of new language in the revised bill to protect all ERPO practitioners, including physicians, from civil and criminal liability. I know the time is over, but I would like to state that the patient-physician relationship is governed by mutual trust, honesty, and confidentiality. We believe that such language will sufficiently address our members' concerns relative to confidentiality and patient privacy, thus increasing the likelihood that physicians will voluntarily initiate this common sense safety and intervention that can prevent their patients in crisis from harming themselves or others. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I apologize for the mic muting and unmuting. I'm not certain why that happened, but I think I got most of my comments across.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Now welcome forward Gino Recchia. Recchia. I read the first time. Stricken.
Hello, everybody. I'm here to just go over the basic facts, not my own personal opinions, but constitutional facts. So just bullet points because there's a lot to go over. Section 20, assault style firearms, and Section 28, large capacity firearms. They're in conflict with Emmett versus State, 1840, along with the District of Columbia v. Heller via the Common Use Clause, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin.
Yes.
In reference to U.S. v. Miller. Section 27, large capacity feeding devices, goes against the U.S. v. Miller, D.C. v. Heller, New York v. Bruin. Section 40, Section 48, and Section 132, firearm registration. It's in direct conflict with FOPA, the Firearms Protection Act of 1986, along with H.R. 1025, the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act. Section 41, Section 47, and Section 125C, the mandation of serialization. It's in conflict with Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 of the Constitution, along with the Massachusetts Constitution, Article 24, ex post facto. It's also a 14th Amendment taking clause, as it's a regulatory taking due to the severe devaluation of the firearms after serialization. Section 51, the sale and importation of assault-style firearms and large capacity feeding devices, and the ban of that importation. It's in conflict with Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution, along with ex post facto law. Section 96, enforceability of restrictions restricting renters' possession or use of firearms on property. It goes against D.C. v. Heller, Section 126C, firearms storage requirements. Again, violates D.C. v. Heller's ruling. Last but not least, the strict scrutiny analysis for substantive due process. This bill miserably fails. That's over 16 constitutional federal law conflicts that are specifically noted, not just arbitrarily, but they are directly linked. Does anyone have any questions as to how those are pertaining? I have a much longer document that I will be submitting later if you have actual questions to the relations. No.
Representative Markey.
I've heard a lot of people say about the serialization of older guns and they devalue the gun. Can you explain that and what that means?
Absolutely. We can actually see in the federal restrictions that were implemented in 1968, the mandation of serialization along with manufacturer's marks to be put onto firearms, anything imported or manufactured into the country after that point. And if you look at collectible firearms that would be the same prior to 68 that didn't have those marks, and after 68, the value is generally at least less than half. So if you force someone to serialize their firearm, you are defacing the firearm, and in the rest of the country, it's going to be seen as an issue and therefore drastically devalue the property. So it's also an ex post facto law violation because now you're mandating that something that was legally owned must be modified and changed to now fit your new regulations.
So is there we go back to September 14th, 2000 and, September 14th, 1994, I think is the date, for the assault weapon ban.
Yes.
What's the date that you would see as a date that's significant for purposes of a collectible or an antique that would allow for, or is there a characteristic of a particular gun that would be properly excluded?
What an asshole question.
Well, first and foremost, a particular date is the date in which laws are put into play. So when it's incepted, that's actually why the September 94 date is picked. That bill originally had an October of 93 date on it, but because of restrictions to ex post facto laws, it was only allowed to be implemented at the 94 date, because anything prior to had to be grandfathered because it was done under the legal tense. So because you want a date in the past, I mean, that's always going to move forward. So if you enact something today, you can affect what is after the fact. Anything before has to be grandfathered.
Okay, and carrying that forward, then, if we were to say a gun that is made, quote unquote, a ghost gun by an individual in the last, since say September 14th, 1994, needs to be serialized. Is that, do you consider that to be a violation of the Constitution?
The mandation of serialization of a firearm, if implemented, could be done from that point forward. If you said that I had to serialize a firearm that I made last week because of the law today, that's ex post facto violation, because I did it legally prior to, and it's my legal property. So if you'd like me to serialize a homemade firearm, you can do so from this point forward.
Well, we can agree to disagree on that, but the
Every
idea
single
being
federal
that
law supports that.
you-
That's why 86 grandfathered all of the arms that were in the country before not being serialized. They're
So-
still legal to be sold.
my point is there is legitimate value to a particular collectible,
Correct.
which would be diminished as a result of a serialization. If you were to take your typical handgun that you use and manufactured from home, there is no particular extra special value to that is of any significance.
The point I was making was not towards homemade firearms of new production. There are many firearms in this country that, and this state, that are legally owned without serial numbers, most of which were imported prior to 1968 and were manufactured by small companies, all of which would be considered collectible firearms. The fact that most gun owners I know have firearms that are unserialized because they were grandfathered for possession would now have to forcibly serialize them. Those firearms, not the ones that are homemade currently, would be the ones affected by this issue. The ones homemade currently, you could mandate serialization again from this point forward. You cannot do retroactive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
And I'll call forward Pace McConkey Jr. from the Lewis D. Brown Peace Institute.
Good afternoon, Chair Day and the esteemed members of these committees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of House Docket 4607 An Act modernizing firearm laws. My name is Pace McConkey Jr. and I speak on behalf of the Lewis D. Brown Peace Institute, a nonprofit organization that serves families and communities impacted by homicide all across the Commonwealth. Concerns about guns are concerns about homicide. The Peace Institute has worked with survivors of homicide victims every day for the past 30 years in the Commonwealth. The effectiveness of our work depends on state support, community engagement, and working in coalition with our partners. We offer this testimony in solidarity with our partners and recognition of the danger posed by firearms in the wrong hands, while understanding that as it relates to homicide, guns are a choice of method, not a cause. This bill is important to us because approximately 75% of homicides are caused by firearms. This bill profoundly addresses the role that firearms play in the taking of life, But we cannot assume that this is enough to prevent homicides entirely. Firearms are one piece of many in this complex puzzle, just as housing inequality, racism, mass incarceration, domestic violence, and poverty. It's crucial that we disrupt leading factors of violence, such as illegal firearms in our communities, while not intensifying other factors, such as mass incarceration of marginalized communities. In order to holistically understand the complexity of this issue, community involvement is essential. This bill would create a special commission to address state funding structures for violent prevention services. If we hope to curb gun violence as an issue in our health, the state must generously appropriate resources to community-led and driven solutions, as we are the ones that carry the brunt of this work and feel its impact every day. We at the Peace Institute understand the impact that homicide has here in Massachusetts. Significant in this House committee means that 23 of the 30 legislative districts have been served directly by the Peace Institute, while a single district presented on the House Committee of Ways and Means has been directly impacted by homicide. At the House, 157 of the 160 districts have directly impacted by homicide. In the Senate, every single district. The Peace Institute is here to serve these constituents, your constituents, throughout their lifelong journey of healing. We need your help to ensure that less lives are taken each year to gun violence. We ask that the committee report this bill favorably and continue to hear and invest in community-driven solutions to ensure a comprehensive and coordinated plan that holistically addresses the issue of gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Representative Zales.
Real quick, thank you for your testimony. What about this bill addresses what you just stated?
So one of the main points that I pointed out was the special commission to address state funding. There are many survivor-led organizations across the state that rely deeply on statewide investment, especially the Peace Institute that located in Boston, but we serve municipalities all across the state. This would help advocates such as ourselves on the community level access the resources that we need to respond to the task at hand that the state has asked us to respond in relationship to homicide. The issue of ghost guns, as expressed by our colleagues and partners in the work, is a concern of ours. I'll be submitting a written testimony as well on behalf of Louis D. Brown Peace Institute that speaks to more details within the bill itself. But thank you for that question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Richard Lane. Richard Lane. John Sullivan. John Sullivan. Rodrigo Donascimento Filo. Welcome.
Thank you. And you just beat out all my teachers growing up pronouncing it right. So my name is Rodrigo Donascimento Filho. I'm a first-generation immigrant from Brazil. Immigrated here with my parents when we were 6 years old, and I oppose this bill. The reason I'm getting along with my mother and my brother is because my mother had a firearm in the house. When I was a newborn, which was surreal to see Almeida with, I was about that young when a gentleman broke into our house and was rummaging through stuff. He was armed and walked directly towards my mother. Mother acted quickly. She pulled up, fired off a couple shots. Did not kill him. He ran away, and 3 days later, he was found breaking into another house. Only he was not as lucky at the next house.
Stream is muted. We can't hear anything. Hit the stream.
Oh, sorry. I'm opposed. I'm a mechanical engineer by trade, and one of the things I like about this bill is we do have the federal right to make firearms as well. But especially the 3D printing ghost gun stuff, I just overreach of First Amendment right. Eventually, we're going to go with mechanical knowledge of their ability to manufacture firearms or anything. So will I have to register my 3D printer? Will you have to know what files are going to my 3D printer? What about my lathe that I have in the garage? That it just extreme overreach. I'm not saying anything no one else has said before, but I think that this is going to create a black market for firearms, and it's going to increase crime, and it's a waste of time. Personally, I think we need to be able to defend ourselves, and I also think we need to invest in our community. We need to challenge income disparity. We need to challenge the housing crisis that we're facing right now. We need to take our time and resources and put it into things that can actually benefit and reduce crime across our state. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony and for sharing your story. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The next call, Catherine Hall from the Boston Public Health Commission.
Hello, Chairman Day and members of the committee. I'm pleased to join you here today to speak in support of House Docket 4607, An Act modernizing firearm laws. My name is Dr. Catherine Hall, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner in the Boston Public Health Commission, where we firmly believe that violence is a public health issue and are committed to addressing violence through the public health lens of primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. I'm here today to ask that the legislature support our violence prevention work by passing this bill. From the public health perspective, a strong framework of firearms regulations is a primary intervention. It applies to the whole population and is intended to prevent violence before it occurs. I want to convey to you today the terrible toll that violence takes on families and communities in Boston, and the immense time, effort, and resources that we spend both in communities and at work to prevent this violence. Our violence prevention work is guided by the principles of health and racial equity, acknowledges racism as a root cause of violence, and we strive to adopt the principles of trauma-informed practices at all levels of our work and engagement. The Boston Public Health Commission, in coordination with other City of Boston agencies, provides a continuum of violence prevention programs and services from our neighborhood trauma team that is responding in communities after violence happens, supporting victims, families, and helping healing in our communities. The Safe and Successful Youth Initiative, a cornerstone of our work, which, as many of you know, is a comprehensive public health approach to outreach, engagement, case management, and service delivery for young adults ages 17 through 24. I want to take a minute to thank the legislature for their continued support of this effective, evidence-based program in Boston. We're building on this effort with the launch of the Men's Health Initiative, which provides similar services for an older cohort who have aged out of the SSYI program. We also have programs like the Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative that seeks to support community strengths and assets so that all residents in neighborhoods can thrive. These programs must be made to be more effective, and they can if there are fewer guns threatening the safety of our communities and our streets. We are grateful for the support of Mayor Wu, and we are proud of our work, and we deeply wish it was not necessary. To continue to make progress and stop gun violence before it occurs, we need the comprehensive policy changes in this bill. There are several provisions of this bill that public health research has indicated can help prevent death, disability, and injury from gun violence, especially increased data collection and surveillance. In closing, I just want to thank Chairman Day, Chairman Milkowitz, and the House for their continued leadership on this issue, and we look forward to continuing to support this critical bill in any way we can.
Thank you for testimony, Doctor. Any questions from these committees? Representative Zaros.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for what you do. Do you have any specific parts of the bill that you support that you could mention now or in writing?
Absolutely, we'll send it in writing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Committee now calls Fawn Gracie.
Thank you. When I sat down over the weekend, last night, this morning, to write down my notes about what I wanted to speak to you today to oppose H.D4607, I did not even know where to begin. I still don't, because it's completely egregious. It does nothing to address, let alone solve, the mental health crisis we're facing and the issue of violence that we're facing. What it does do is violate my civil rights and the rights of 600,000 lawful gun owners in the Commonwealth. Arguably, the most law-abiding citizens in the country. I'm a mom, I'm a special needs mom, I'm an autism mom, I'm an artist, I'm a designer, I work as an art director. I don't think I'm the face of what a lot of people commonly think of as your typical gun owner, but I am a good representative of the face of lawful gun owners of lawful gun ownership in the state of Massachusetts. It's women like me that you're affecting with a bill like this. And to what end? This bill does seem to be a reaction to the Supreme Court ruling of Bruin, and that seeks to take its frustration out and penalize the lawful gun owner and prevent women from having access to self-protection. I am a gun owner because I care about safety. I don't want to just feel safe. I want to actually be safe. I protect my children. Unarmed citizen, a safe country does not make. While communist China implements knife control, Ukraine and Israel have armed their people. This bill is ambiguous and does not address the underlying issues that cause violence in our Commonwealth. At the end of the day, I am no one special. I'm just a mom, but I am somebody, and my life matters and my kids' lives matters. And I choose not to outsource my protection. I take my protection into my own hands by having a firearm. Stop bills that target people like me, a law-abiding citizen, and stop taking my civil rights away while doing nothing to stop issues that cause suicide in this Commonwealth. Thank you.
Any questions from members? Seeing none, thank you. Next call, Mary.
I would like to thank Chair and Ms. Glowich, members of the House Committee on Means, and honorable members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary for holding this public hearing today and giving me an opportunity to share my concerns. My name is Mary Dressel and I'm from Littleton. I'm a member of Moms Demand Action for Guns
safest country in the world. Instead, there are more guns than people in this country and more mass shootings than days in the year. This is an American epidemic that no other industrialized country experiences at the same level. Studies show that the majority of mass shootings examined from 1966 to 2015 occurred in places where guns were allowed. Another study found no evidence that shooters choose the location because they ban guns. Further studies have shown that many mass shooters were connected to the location where they perpetrated their attack or were motivated by hate, a perceived grievance, or an interpersonal conflict, not whether guns were permitted in the location. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to reducing gun violence, which is why this bill tackles the issue through multiple policies that pass constitutional muster. Recent polling highlights just how popular common sense gun reform is and how urgently necessary the people of Massachusetts consider it. It's clear that the people of the Commonwealth are ready for their leaders to take decisive action on this issue. Thank you, Chair Day, for your leadership on H.D4607, and Brady respectfully urges this committee's support.
Thank you, Ms. Swan, for your persistence in testifying. We've been informed that apparently somebody is muting individuals with whom they don't agree. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll unfortunately have to remove that individual if it keeps up. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll now go to Stephen Harris. Stephen Harris. I'll move to Bob Canning. Welcome.
Thank you. Good day to all. It's been very enlightening to hear people's views. I welcome all takers. As long as they'll listen to me, I'll listen to them. I'm going to dispense with the greetings and niceties. However, those of you up there that are against this bill, don't take offense. For the people that are for it may hear some of my brunt. I'm going to read you a quick letter that I sent in. In the short time I had to comment on this and still digest the bill in its entirety, I think that is a sleazy way to conduct law. You shouldn't be doing it under those parameters. It's also kind of sleazy to give somebody 3 days notice to drive 2 hours, to park $60, to sit here for 4 hours, and then get a say for 3 minutes after 3 days notice after a holiday weekend. Come on, we can do better in the state. The state where our nation's independence began is right here. Let's not throw guns down the toilet. I'm tired of being civil to people that refuse to be civil. You at the State House have the unmitigated gall to post notice for a public hearing on a deeply important bill the day after a 3-day holiday weekend, and somehow you delude yourself that you're serving the public property and with integrity. It makes you look like you're intentionally trying to defuse and defray public comment on this pile of crap bill. Do something about the firearms repeat offender felons. That's your gun problem in the state. Repeat offender felons using guns. There's no such thing as gun violence. It's people using a firearm to commit a crime. Go on the gun owner's website, Action League website. I dare you. They have a compilation of the it's called Mass Gun Courts or Mass Gun Laws Fails. It's a compilation of multi-years firearms felon criminals that have gone to court and the outcome of it. In possession of an obliterated serial number, unlicensed in possession with obliterated serial number, felony class 1 narcotics criminals. There was a felon shot somebody. He was in court, got put out on bail. He went out and shot another person while he was still haven't been seen for the first one that he shot somebody on. These are fails of our court system. It is unbelievable. I've been a medical professional for 40 years. If I practice medicine like that, I get fired before lunch. I don't know how courts and the system just functions like that. Repeat offender felon. Oh, you're on personal recognizance. Come back in 6 months. Guns do not commit crimes by themselves. Saying gun violence is a made-up term to create fear. Why do we call it felons using guns? Okay. So also, there are 389 firearm stores in this state. That's good for business. You're going to put everybody out of business by doing this. There are also 216 firearms sportsmen's clubs in this state. You're going to put them all out of business with this. It's so much more to say. I could take all day, but I'm not going to beat you up like that. These guys here had the good idea about an armed person is their own best defense. When someone comes at you, Freddy Krueger comes in your door at 3 a.m. wanting to slice you up, you can negotiate with them. You can present a piece of paper and say, oh, this is a restraining order, Fred. You're not supposed to be 100 feet of me, blah, blah. You can submit to his will, or you can negate the threat. It's all on a personal assessment of how you want to do it. A piece of paper doesn't stop anybody. I'm sorry there are people that feel that pieces of paper stop violence from being directed to one person to another. A woman under threat of a hostile mate in their life should be armed, should be trained. I would do that willingly. Moms, I'll teach you firearms for free. Please come to me. I'm on the Mass State Police website as a 16-plus year firearms instructor, multi-level NRA instructor. I practice. I'm a proponent. I'm safe. I've carried for 40 years almost. Never had to use it. Never thought to use it. It's a great deterrent. Little women and a big guy that wants things to go wrong, the little women will win, provided she has a firearm and can use it. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kelly. Any questions from the committees? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move to Lynn Grilly. You're Lynn Grilly? Okay.
Lynn Grilly.
Lisa Gore.
I had some bagels earlier.
Hello.
Chow ate for lunch.
I want to first thank Chair's Day and Mike Witt's honorable members of the House Committee on Ways and Means and honorable House members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary for allowing me this time to speak. I am not a survivor or related to a victim of gun violence. I am lucky, and I did not initially feel that I had the right to testify. I was told by my friends and fellow activists at Mom's Demand that I didn't need to be, that I only had to have an opinion on this piece of legislation. But it was the conversation with my mother that helped me decide. She, also a Massachusetts resident and voter, said that I need to testify because I don't want to be a victim. We live in a state that has been on the forefront of legislation to keep guns off of our streets and out of the hands of violent offenders. This bill, H.D4607, is a life-saving piece of legislation that will modernize our laws. 6 years ago, one afternoon when my son was in an after-school program in his public school in Massachusetts, I received the text. We are under lockdown because they have heard shots and believe there's an active shooter in the area. They don't think he's in the building, but I can't leave. This is the text no one wants to get. I felt helpless and terrified and angry that this is our children's lived experience. After probably the longest hour and a half of my life, my son texted back that it was all clear and there wasn't a gunman. I know that I didn't experience anything like what parents in these situations do, but I had the smallest taste of that trauma, as did my son and everyone from teachers, coaches, and other students who were there that day. And it was awful. And it was something that I wouldn't want anyone else to go through. I can only combat the anger and that helpless feeling I had that day by speaking up to encourage my legislators to continue to work to pass legislation that makes our lives safer. This is one of those bills. I encourage all the members of the House and Senate to pass this and other bills that work to take guns off our streets, out of our schools, out of the hands of abusers, and more. We know that more guns do not make us safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. We'll call Ryan Cote. Ryan Cote. John DeNicola. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I brought a couple of books here. I don't think it'll do much good because I don't think any one of you has bothered to re-up on the Constitution, U.S. and Mass. It's a disgrace that I'm here having to speak on these items. Absolutely disgraceful. You people up here that were voted in by the people, for the people, are supposed to represent the people, not feelings, not wills, not whims, the people, and you're not doing it. And it's disgraceful. And here's something else. There was a gentleman here that talked about the 1983. He left out the 1985, which is a conspiracy to deprive people of their rights under the color of law. Not to mention the fact, Marbury versus Madison. Let's go back. What's that, like 18 something? Where it says any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. Those words, null and void, and repugnant to the Constitution. And you, sir, are repugnant to the Constitution with this law. It's a disgrace. Every bit of it. You folks up here sit here and tell us what we can and cannot do. You're going to tell me that you're going to give up your armed security, every one of you? Are you going to do that? Any of you? I don't think so. You're going to make sure that you're safe. You're going to make sure your family's safe. Why can't we make sure our family is safe? It's not just for us. It's not for me. It's for my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. What you do here affects people down the line. Same thing with taxes. It all affects everything down the line. I may not be here in another 5 to 10 years, 10, 15 years, but my kids will, my grandkids will, and you're taking these things away from them. And I don't think that's right. I think what you're doing is repugnant to the Constitution. I think what you're doing is a disgrace. You're going to sit here and try to backdoor a registry. Don't think I didn't notice that, a little serialization. That's exactly what it is. It's a backdoor registration. And you folks seem to think that that's okay. Because what goes with that? Our names, our addresses. Is that what it is? You want that? You want these people out here to turn around and plaster our names all over social media for what? Because we were willing to turn around and protect our children. You guys up here seem to think it's okay for you to protect your family, but it's not okay for us to protect ours. That's not right by any means. Any means. This state is a duty to retreat state. I've had a gentleman recently within the past few years where he tried to stab me over a parking space. A parking space. And if my grandson was there, what would he have seen? His grandfather bleeding out in a car because of a parking space and some clown? And you guys want to sit here and tell us what we can and cannot do. It's disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. If this is the body that we've elected, we need to figure out what to do to get rid of this body. Term limits, maybe so. Maybe some of these people that are in here, 24 years in here, too long. Way too long. You know, at the end of the day, I may be loud and obnoxious, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm passionate. I'm passionate about my family. And you're trying to take that away. And I'm not having it. No matter what you folks do here, you want to make me a felon overnight, you do it. Because at the end of the day, you want my stuff, come get it. Come get it. Because at the end of the day, I may not have it. But you're still going to have to get a warrant to get in there to find out whether I do or I don't. And that seems to be a problem for you guys. You don't understand the law, the due process. We know how the ex parte works in this state. All I have to do is go in and tomorrow and say, she's harassing me. She's got guns. And they put an order out. You know why? Because no judge in this goddamn state is take the risk that I'm going to hurt her or she's going to hurt me. That deprives the due process. If she goes and lies, what happens to me? I got to fight. Who's going to pay me back for my fees? Certainly not you folks. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I offend you? At the end of the day, you're wrong. What you're doing here is wrong. The people that need to be honest are the people that are in the justice system. And these guys have told you, failed. It's continual. You see the same names popping in and out of the court system all the time. Drug dealers that are getting caught with drugs. 3 weeks later, they're back in the same goddamn courtroom. Fix the judicial system. Stop. Any questions I've to answer?
Thank you. From the committees. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to Arlene Lowney. Paul James.
Hello.
We got you. Go ahead.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairs Day and Michaelowitz, and honorable members of the committee, the House Committee on Ways and Means, and the honorable House members of the Committee on the Judiciary. My name is Dr. Paula St. James, and I live in Randolph, Massachusetts. Bill Driscoll is my representative. I will try to be brief because we've all been here, and I appreciate everyone's patience, and I'll try not to repeat things that have said. Thank you for allowing me to present testimony in support of an act modernizing firearms. I am firearm laws, I volunteer with the Massachusetts chapter Moms Demand Action for gun safety, gun sense in America. I cannot be with you in person today, but I did remember to wear my red mom's shirt. Moms Demand Action is a volunteer organization of mothers and others committed to ending gun violence in all of its forms. My personal and professional experiences inform my testimony on behalf of this bill. I'm a retired child psychologist who has worked primarily in underserved communities in Boston and Brockton. As such, I have seen firsthand the daily trauma and chronic effect of gun violence on the children and families I served. Their stories have stayed with me and are the reason I work for gun violence prevention. Children and or their family members that I have worked with have been shot, seriously injured, or died from gun violence. These are traumas that can take generations to heal. Their impact ripples through communities where gun violence is a frequent occurrence. The impact is on the whole community, not just on those who are injured. All of our children deserve to feel safe and not to live in fear that they or their family members will be the next victim. Feeling safe is a basic need for children. If this is not met, it greatly affects their ability to learn and grow. The proliferation of guns and the resultant effects on our children is an urgent issue that we in the Commonwealth must address. Sadly, most incidents of gun violence don't make the headlines. They are the daily toll of this public health epidemic. Gun violence is the leading cause of death of children in our country, a very harrowing statistic. It is in honor of the children and families affected by our gun violence epidemic that I speak to you today. As we all move forward, let us all keep the safety of our children as our priority. Thank you very much for the House's work on this important bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. I'll move now to Phil Michaels.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for having me. I'm going to try to get underneath this 3 minutes. I don't see the clock except up there. So I'm a lieutenant colonel, retired from the United States Army Reserve. I have extensive knowledge with security, safety, and firearms training. I brief Congress on a regular basis on counterterrorism and in regards to jihad terrorist activity in the country. And I have a lot to say, which I can't say in this forum. This forum is very limited. Chairman Day, I came to one of those meetings when my son was playing his last lacrosse game, and I spoke to you and you promised that you would sit down with me for an extensive briefing. I called your office to get that briefing to happen. It never happened, but I did talk to Patrick, and I will get to that in a second. I just want to start with my outline so I don't get lost. But the Second Amendment, the Samuel Adams, which everybody knows Samuel Adams, and he had a quote, and I like to quote it all the time when we talk to it. He said, "The said Constitution shall never be construed to authorize Congress to infringe on the just liberty of the press or the rights of conscience, or to prevent the people of the United States," and this is the important issue right here, "who are peaceable citizens from keeping their own arms." And he goes on to talk about the Constitution in that quote. I have the whole citation here, which I'm going to leave with you. So this is the birthplace of the Constitution. I will not let this be the death of the United States Constitution. When I talked to Patrick, and this I'm going to get back to when I talked to Patrick, and he was very polite and we had a discussion, but it really exemplifies the problem that we're having in this room. Because there's people that firmly believe one thing, and then there's people that firmly believe the other thing. You need to sit down and be rational with facts and what's really going to work. I presented this article. This is the second time I presented this article in this building, and it wasn't in this room. But I presented this article the last time we had a hearing. And it's a very reasonable article from the Wall Street Journal, and it says real solutions for curtailing gun violence. And it goes through different solutions that you can have for gun violence. And I brought this up to Patrick, and this is the important part. 30 seconds. I brought this up to Patrick, and you don't have solutions, which are a lot, anything better than presenting here. We have lots of things that we can do better. But this example I gave to Patrick, and I wanted to listen to this. I said, Patrick, and he said, well, what do you propose? And I said, the penalty for people committing illegal acts to be so heinous that they will not use a gun, they won't steal a gun, they won't use a gun permission. So he said, well, what do you propose? I said, it should be so bad. I said, this is a hypothetical example. And I said, if it has a coffee table and he puts his valuables, his jewelry, his money, his wallet, everything he has, and then he takes a silver platter made out of pure silver or gold, puts a firearm right on top of it, and a thief and a convicted comes into that house to steal everything. He's going to look at that gun. He's going to look at the valuables. He's going to take the money, but he's going to leave the gun because he doesn't want to go to jail for 50 years because he knows that that's going to be enforced. This is one of the things with the real solutions. But what did Patrick say to me? Do you have any idea? Did he talk to you about what he said to me?
So, sir, I'd ask you to kind of reflect on the bill itself as opposed to conversations with staff.
This is on the bill.
Yep.
But he said to me, and this is why it's important, he said to me, and he got all animated, and he goes, don't you think that homeowner is wrong You don't believe in safe storage laws. That guy should go to jail for the rest of his life and be locked up and throw away the key. So that is the divergence. And I was really frustrated because I'm saying we should focus on the criminal. I am a law-abiding citizen. I serve my country and I love this country. Okay? And to have you all, and everybody said it, to set up a bill that's basically all it's going to do is make my life very difficult and make me a felon. I think we should be going after bad people, because what are we all here for? We're all here to make the country better, to make our state safer. I know that you believe that. I know that you believe that. Everybody in this room, from every aspect of it, believes we should make the life better. And I'd just like to end on one point. There was a hearing in California, and the Supreme Court justice there had the last sentence that says, the history and tradition of the Second Amendment clearly supports state laws against the use or misuse of firearms with unlawful intent, but not the disarmament of the law-abiding citizen. Should I repeat that? Was that clear?
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from anybody?
Representative Martin.
You mentioned a lot about the violent offenses and saying that maybe they should get a bit harsher penalties. There's also another side of this, which is the suicides and the easy accessibility of firearms to individuals who have mental illness is a significant issue. 56% of gun deaths in Massachusetts in 2021 related to suicides. Now, one could say, well, they could kill themselves anyway. They can cut their life. They can get a rope. We should ban ropes. We should ban knives. The bottom line is the firearm is the weapon of choice for people who are going to conduct a suicide. It is easy. It is swift. It requires nothing. If we can find ways to minimize that through laws like this, why is that such a bad thing when we can do that?
So stopping suicide, everybody agrees that it's a great thing, suicide. I don't see anything in that bill that's going to help stop people from committing suicide.
Making it more difficult for individuals to get weapons when they have, through the expansion of the protective orders is one way.
So the person that addressed that, and this is a more complex thing because people have rights. And my wife is a therapist and she deals with people that have serious problems. And she had a person that their wife died and the guy wanted to commit suicide and he had guns. And my wife had to, balance what to do, but she was able to help him. Yeah. And we need to support people like what my wife did to help this guy get through that anguish.
I agree, but we also
my guns away and telling me I can't have this gun or I got to put a serial number and put a registry is not going to help suicide. It is not going to help suicide.
Respectfully disagree, but my point is there may be legitimate concerns that individuals who are gun owners have regarding due process rights under the protective orders.
Correct.
And those are legitimate concerns just as they are for restraining orders or any other thing. But those are the things that I think can be much more productive to talk about. Is what are the specifics that we can do to make those due process rights appropriate?
That is something that it would be really nice. The people of Goal are not here right now, but they had a whole program with a whole bunch of ideas and they never really got to sit down. And this is the problem that I talked to about Michael Bay. I have expertise that's on counterterrorism, security, school security. I am not a therapist. My wife's a therapist, and God bless her for everything she does. But this bill is going after the law-abiding citizen, and it's not going. There's nothing in there that's going to prevent suicide. There's nothing in there that's going to keep me from committing a crime with an illegal gun. There's no increase of penalties. There's no. I mean, it should be like I said on that silver platter. Like I think there was a movie with the mob, and the guy said, "Take the cannoli, leave the gun." That's what it should be like when they go into a house. I'd like to leave these, this is Second Amendment quote. This is this article. I'd like you all to have a copy of it. This is another article about assault weapons ban that I would like to have entered.
Thank you, Mr. Michaels. If you want to hand that up, we'll take that into the record. We appreciate your testimony and your service as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Now call Rena Schnur.
Thank you, Chair Day, honorable members of both committees. My name is Rena, and I'm a leader volunteer of the Massachusetts chapter of Moms Demand Action, where we have around 40,000 supporters and volunteers around the Commonwealth. I joined Moms Demand Action because I figured that if I wanted that something was to be done about this epidemic that we are facing, nonviolence epidemic, I should also do something. We have been hearing today from people that whose life have been turned upside down by gun violence. We have been hearing today from people who live in communities where gun violence is there every single day. That's what we are here to stop. That's what we are here to prevent. But gun violence is not just out there in other states or in these particular cities or in these individual households. Gun violence today is everywhere around us, around all of us. I live in a quiet suburb, and yet a couple of weeks ago, there was a shooting just around the corner from my neighborhood. We live with this trauma and fear of gun violence every day. Think about it, when you hear a loud boom today, it's not a construction or a car engine, it's a gunshot. Our kids go through drills, through lockdowns. We heard during the listening tour, through alarms, even if they are false alarms. The trauma remains with them all the time. And today they are told not to wear anymore those sneakers with the lighting on the bottom because a shooter may find them when they are trying to hide. This is not normal. This can't be normal. And we need to do all that we can do to make sure it's not normal. Now, gun violence is complex. There are many facets, many aspects, and that's why we need various measures to prevent it and to address it. And now, since 2014, except the red flag laws, the extreme risk protection order law that we passed in 2018, we have not been passing gun safety laws, significant gun safety laws in Massachusetts. And we need to catch up. We need to catch up with technology, with loopholes. We need to catch up with circumstances that just changed around us to make sure that we remain being a leader in having the lowest gun violence death in the country. Now, gun violence is not just a term. Gun violence prevention is not just a term. It's actually saving lives. So I want to mention that I heard from Sandy Hook survivor that he defines gun violence as preventable grief. You all, the legislators here, have a unique power to prevent grief. And you are presented by this unique opportunity today with this bill, H.D4607, to prevent grief from all of us in Massachusetts. I'm asking you to take this opportunity. And I want to just wrap up by mentioning something that I heard from Fred Guttenberg. A few months after his daughter, Jamie, was killed in the school shooting in Parkland, he was asked how he was feeling and what he was wishing for. And he said, I wish I had done more and sooner. So let's not wish we did more and sooner. Let's do more and sooner. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committees? Seeing none, thank you. Now call Antonio Robert Mole. Antonio Robert Mole. We'll go to Derek Hubble, I believe virtual. Not on. Okay. Samuel Pierce from the Boston Saving Lives Project. Ruth Rollins.
These are all the people that have looked out of there, Brooke was saying.
Molly Malloy.
Hi there.
Could have lasagna.
Thank you, members of the committee here today considering this bill. And thank you for waiting all this time. I feel so excited. It's finally my turn. And thank you to Chairman Day and your team for working so hard to craft gun reform legislation this session. My name's Molly Malloy. I'm here today as a mom. I have 3 kids, all of whom have grown up knowing that shootings can occur at any time. In schools,
So could
in
lightning.
movie theaters, and churches.
So could car accidents.
And they do.
But they politically
So
listen to
leading
enhance fear of
children
one
and teens in the
specific
United States.
likely event.
I think parents here would agree is unacceptable.
The fact that
The oldest child was born.
kids, yeah, that is.
He has seizures that come suddenly, even if he's swimming or somewhere at an elevated height.
Oh, really?
So we live with the constant worry that someday a seizure may result in his death. When I was pregnant with him, I took every precaution recommended for a healthy baby. I was careful about what I ate and what I did. But doctors have told me there was nothing I could do to prevent my son from developing epilepsy. I mention this here today because unlike so many childhood illnesses, gun violence deaths are preventable. Gun deaths are the result of access to a gun. Teenagers will always act impulsively, and kids will get into things they shouldn't. And people will have domestic disputes, and they will have racist and anti-Semitic ideas, and they will have suicidal thoughts. But these situations consistently become fatal when there's access to a gun.
Firearms education.
We know that gun deaths are preventable because of data. We know that states that require a background check on gun sales have homicide rates that are 10% lower than states without them. We know that states with red flag laws have seen firearm suicide rates go down by up to 14%. Gun laws prevent gun deaths, so we can and must do more to protect our kids. Kids can't make the laws, and they aren't the ones manufacturing the guns. They count on us to keep them safe. House Bill 4607 has components in it that would save lives. This bill addresses ghost guns, which is critical as there was a 75% increase in the number of ghost guns used in crimes in Massachusetts in 2022. This strengthens regulations around assault weapons, and keeping these out of dangerous hands would save lives. I say as a parent to teenagers that particularly appreciated component, keeping them out of hands until they're 21. This bill expands who file extreme risk protection order, and this could also save lives, as studies have shown that 32% of shooters who carry out a shooting exhibit warning signs. Speaking data, we need more of it so we can create the best policies possible. Don't want to go over. I just want to say finally that every first fear is something or someone, child. I'm asking parent to please our gun laws in ways that will make a real difference in protecting our kids. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
There's been no
Next we'll go
challenge
virtual
to
to
the
retired
ghost
Chief
guns
Mark
are
Leahy.
altered serial numbers. There's just been this assumption that ghost guns are criminals using 3D printers now.
Good afternoon, Chairman Day and members of the committee. My name is Mark Leahy. I'm the Executive Director for the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police Association. And the good news is after 4¼ hours, you'll finally hear from law enforcement. I'm a retired police chief from the town of Northborough in Worcester County. I'm speaking today on behalf of our president, Salisbury Police Chief Thomas Fowler. He could not be here today because he's attending the Trooper George L. Hanna Award ceremonies, honoring the bravery of members of law enforcement who put their lives on the line by dedicating themselves to safety throughout Massachusetts. Our association, which represents police chiefs in all 351 cities and towns, as well as 100 college campuses, has reviewed in the limited time provided over a holiday weekend, all 122 pages of House 4067, an act modernizing firearm laws that was released last Thursday. We appreciate the previous conversation we had with Chairman Day after H.D4607 was originally filed, but we continue to have concerns over the bill's language. We further believe that some provisions may not be constitutional. According to the Violence Policy Center and many other sources, Massachusetts continues to enjoy our country's lowest rate of gun murder deaths.
Like their bullshit.
And while one violent death is too many, this bill will not solve that problem. If you have a problem in one Massachusetts city or another, I'd suggest focusing your attention on that location while ensuring that other criminal violations are also suitably addressed and prosecuted there. The rest of us do not need the extra attention. Our strict Massachusetts gun laws work. The registration of firearms will not reduce gun violence. Limiting where lawfully licensed firearms holders may go, including your off-duty police officers and state troopers, will not reduce gun violence. Criminals will not be deterred by these measures. While there is merit to addressing ghost guns, that can be handled in a standalone bill. As previously indicated to Chairman Day, we will continue to be available for discussions over the many changes you propose to place upon us. We also hope that financial relief will accompany these new tasks. Earlier today, our membership met. We ultimately polled our members concerning H.D4607. The result was an unprecedented, unanimous vote to not support this bill in its current form. Again, we're always willing to work together for language that will actually reduce gun violence. We would also appreciate, as the law enforcement professionals who guard our communities 24/7, 365, if you would address the bills that we have previously filed to genuinely enhance public safety. Some of these bills have languished for many years and entire sessions without action. I appreciate your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you for testimony. Any questions from the committees? Rep. Saros.
Thank you, Chair. I couldn't pass this up. So, Chief, thank you. I think it's important that we hear from the chiefs of police in the Commonwealth that enforce the laws, that send their officers to deal with violent criminals, that give out the licenses, that do the background checks. So you're the people that are in this world on the front lines, like I was. And I think people are afraid because of violence. And that's why we're all here today. But to listen to the chiefs, I think, is important. I just have a couple of quick questions. How many chiefs are in the association?
Well, we represent 351 communities and another 100 college campuses. So, roughly 450 active chiefs.
And that was a unanimous vote?
It was.
Ha! Ha!
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions from the committees?
That took some wind out of their bullshit.
Seeing none?
Bill.
Thank you. We'll move on to
Let's just move
Matthew
on.
Nugent.
Let's move on. Let's move on to somebody paid by Brady.
That's a tough act to follow, Chairman. I'll try my best here. Thanks, Chair Day, for your courageous leadership, for presiding over this hearing today. And to you and your members of the House Ways and Means Committee and House members of the Joint Judiciary Committee for the opportunity to testify in support of this comprehensive legislation to modernize firearm laws and reduce tragic deaths and injuries of children, women, and men across Massachusetts. During 2019, ATF received a tip about a trafficker of dangerous ghost guns operating in the town of Ashburnham. Talking to a customer who, unbeknownst to this trafficker, was an ATF informant, the trafficker said that he could make and customize any firearm the customer wanted, offering Glock-style pistols and fully automatic AR-15s for sale. But the trafficker was worried after seeing media coverage about people, quote unquote, constantly getting busted with guns without serial numbers. The trafficker suspected that ghost guns would be regulated eventually, but for the time being, quote unquote, he was getting what he could before authorities started cracking down on it. Massachusetts has suffered dangerous ghost gun shootings across the state, from the town of Pepperell up north to the city of Springfield out west, plus places such as Peabody and Middleborough and Somerville. Ghost guns have been found in Springfield, 27 of them in 2021 alone, and East Hampton and Woburn and Salem and Burlington and elsewhere. Across Massachusetts, there was a 75% increase in the number of ghost guns found between 2022 and 2021. And in Boston, a nearly 300% increase between April 2022 and when police began tracking them in 2019. As ghost gun recoveries rise and more crimes are committed with ghost guns, law enforcement organizations have sounded the alarm, and state governments across the country have started taking action. 13 states and Washington, D.C. already have life-saving laws on the books to responsibly regulate dangerous ghost guns, including our neighbor states, Connecticut, New York, and Rhode Island, and also California, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Nevada, New Jersey, Oregon, Colorado, and Washington State. Our Commonwealth would do well to join these sister states and address the unregulated spread of dangerous ghost guns. Key provisions within this bill require all firearms manufactured, assembled, possessed, purchased, or transferred into Massachusetts to be serialized, so law enforcement can trace them in the future to commit a crime. I strongly urge the committee to favorably support this bill.
Serialized guns.
For a vote.
What
Thanks,
about
I'd
it?
be glad to take
Serial numbers, there's no.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from members? Seeing none, right? Thank you.
Don't question the fact that you're
I'll move on to
inflating
Peter.
ghost created guns and altered guns, which is two different things.
Peter McConerty.
Both of them together.
We'll go to John Alper. No,
Nope.
Donald Collins. Can you hear me?
Yep.
We've got you.
We got you.
So I wanted to voice my position to this bill because it's ineffective. I'll use some specifics. Oh, it's also poorly written. This section of the bill even puts out that transporting firearms in a locked container that can't be camouflaged, or at least that's an implication in the way the bill is. Imagine a scenario where that were actually the intent of the bill. When bringing their firearm back into the range, were not permitted to camouflage the fact that what they were loading into their car, locked and tidy, was a firearm. That's a recipe for more violence, not less. The idea that we move from a two-feature test to a single-feature test, it doesn't change the caliber of the weapons categorized as assault weapons. It doesn't change their rate of fire. It doesn't change their ammunition capacity. It just removes an additional feature, many of which are actually safety features. Features like handguards, foregrips, etc., that allow a person to more safely use that firearm. And that usage would be in common sporting matches, USPSA, etc.,
Is this Woods?
as well as when hunting. There's no cause to modify the definition of an assault weapon from the original 94 definition, setting aside the question of whether that definition had any problems in the first place, which it clearly did, other than to criminalize what you already own, what people in this state, more than 500,000 of us, already own and use lawfully, safely, and not just for self-protection, but for pursuit of hunting sports, target sports, etc. And then the next point I'd like to make, it's a little more challenging, so please bear with me. The notion of the red flag law as written, we can all agree that the idea that people who there was ample evidence were building up to committing a horrible domestic violence or worse yet, mass shooting crime, in many cases telegraphed their intent in advance and nothing was done to stop them. But the problem with the red flag laws as written in this case is that there's no recourse for someone who might be in a dispute with their local homeowners association, losing their rights to the things that they own without any kind of court process to validate
This
the
guy
original
is
complaint.
enunciating it well. He's using
The
good
problem
words,
with this
right?
bill
This is
that it's enormous, badly written, overlong, tangled in construction, and presented to us less than a week before this hearing.
Great words. I like that.
This is not responsible. This is not democratic.
Nice.
This is not acceptable.
Nice.
Thank you.
Is that guy a Democrat?
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Alper. Any questions from the members of the committee?
I think that was great testimony.
Seeing none, thank you.
That's why you stream
Now
this kind of
call
stuff.
Seth Kaplan. Seth Kaplan, present. But Annie Buck. Welcome.
Hey, I'm getting a bunch of hearts over here. What's going on? I'm toasting me another bagel.
Good afternoon, Chairman Day and honorable committee members. My name is Annie Buck, and I am here in many capacities as the advocacy chair for the Boston Medical Center chapter of Socially Responsible Surgery, as a PhD student at BU School of Public Health who specializes in firearm injury prevention and gun policy, and personally as a survivor of gun violence. My current research focus is extreme risk protection orders, also known as red flag laws. I strongly support the H.D4607 proposal to expand who can petition for an ERPO, particularly to include medical and mental health clinicians. Currently, there are only 3 places in the U.S. with ERPO laws that allow for clinician petitioners: Hawaii, Washington, D.C., and Maryland. Since 2018, when the current Massachusetts ERPO legislation was enacted, only 57 ERPOs have been granted, with 41 weapons being surrendered. Simply put, Massachusetts has some of the lowest ERPO filing among the 21 states with red flag laws. In contrast, Maryland also enacted their ERPO legislation in 2018, and within the first 6 months, they granted 258 protective orders, and recent data shows that they are averaging 400 protective orders per year. So often when a mass shooting or suicide by gun occurs, you hear friends, family members, coworkers, or classmates say, "I knew something was wrong," or "I saw that post on social media." And yet nothing was done to prevent these people from legally obtaining weapons. In 32% of mass shootings with 4 or more people killed, the shooter exhibited dangerous warning signs before the shooting. These warning signs could have made these people eligible for an ERPO filing, thereby preventing the loss of life and the ripple effect of trauma throughout the community. While we often think about preventing mass casualty events, 57% of firearm deaths in Massachusetts are due to suicide. Suicide by gun is 95% fatal. By expanding the ability to request an ERPO to trained clinicians, a higher percentage of at-risk individuals could have their firearms removed and the ability to purchase new weapons suspended for their own safety. Finally, this law must be amended to include granting ERPOs for any Massachusetts resident, not just those who currently have firearm permits. In New England, we have the wonderful ability to take a short drive, depending on traffic, and be in New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, Rhode Island, or Connecticut. If a person does not have a permit in Massachusetts, they still need to be flagged on the National Registry so that they cannot purchase a firearm in a neighboring state and bring it back to harm themselves and others in our community. Thank you so much for your time and your commitment to the safety of the citizens of the Commonwealth. I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide more research at a later time if necessary.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Move back now to Donald Collins virtually. Hello. All right. Michael Pelosi. Nope. H.D4607 from League of Women Voters.
Chairman Day, honorable members of both committees, good afternoon. My name is H.D4607, and I represent the Massachusetts League of Women Voters. The Massachusetts League of Women Voters supports H.D4607, An Act modernizing firearm laws. The League has been a leading voice in shaping gun violence prevention legislation for decades. The Commonwealth prides itself as a national model of comprehensive gun violence prevention laws. Statistically, we have the lowest gun death rate nationwide. Gun Violence Archive reports 83 people killed by firearms in the Commonwealth through July of this year. We must get to zero. Even one person lost to gun violence is too many. More guns do not make us safer. They are a safety and public health threat to our communities and families. Evidence now shows that the shootings of innocent people increase with the number of guns present in a community. Likewise, firearms do not make us safer as individuals. Guns in the home are too often used in fits of anger, causing tragic harm to a friend or loved one. Not only do these events kill and maim victims, they often destroy the lives of the shooters themselves. I will share one story a dear friend told me when she knew I was preparing for today's testimony. She said many years ago, while doing homework in her room, her dad and brother appeared, having a terrible argument. Suddenly, a handgun appeared. There was a struggle. The gun went off. No one was shot, but for her, the nightmare would never go away. So I asked myself, was this family safer? Today, you've heard many stories far more consequential than mine. That is why it is important to pass comprehensive and meaningful gun violence prevention legislation as expeditiously as possible. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Rep. Zaros?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. You represent the League of Women Voters. How many of those horrible deaths occurred due to licensed gun owners? Do you know?
Thank you for the question. I don't know. But one central question is, of course, what is public safety and who is safer? Both sides claim we're safer either with the guns. Others say we're safer with less guns. Looking at all the data, it's impossible to make a determination because we really don't have data right now to say, yes, that one made sense, or no, that one made us safer. So speaking for myself, I urge you to consider collecting all kinds of data on gun violence, not just from criminals. How about from would-be criminals and homicides and victims?
So, thank you. You heard, I think, earlier where the Mass Chiefs of Police, 451 chiefs, decided to be against this bill, or at least this version. Do you have any thoughts on that once you heard that? Because that's brand new today.
I am not changing my opinion.
I respect everyone's opinion, and they have tremendous knowledge.
They think they know what's going
guns
on.
on the street.
They think.
I think they do a fabulous job at our public safety. But again, speaking for myself, gun violence is perpetrated by criminals, would-be criminals, but how to locate them and zero in on them may be difficult, and not criminals at all.
That's definitely you.
And I think our comprehensive look has to be all three of those things. I believe the police force does a marvelous job at public safety. And I think looking at the criminal side, great theories.
But it's
that we need to
interesting, when they
expand
have
the
the
thinking
narrative that
to different kinds of
the
benefits.
gun is the problem, then
Thank
we're
you. One
all
last thing,
potential criminals, and
the
therefore law
suicide
enforcement doesn't matter.
Is horrible. That's what this ring is. This is called a 22 kill ring, right? So 22 veterans who made it home or more kill themselves every day in the country. So that goes to mental health, and that goes to safe storage, and that goes to parts of the bill. And that's why we as legislators have to listen, because there's a lot to this bill. And that's why I wanted to ask you some specific questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go to Harry Lee. Virtual? No. Derek Hubble. Nope. Tim Grady. Welcome.
I'd like to thank the previous speakers for forcing me to rewrite everything I was going to say. But I very much appreciate your time, and Chair's Day and members of the committee. Thank you very much for your time. I did really kind of have to rewrite a lot of this, but my name is Tim Grady, and I'm here to testify in favor of this bill. Although I am not a direct survivor of gun violence personally, I nevertheless indirectly felt its impact in my personal life. I'll tell you why. On the day after Sandy Hook, I happened to go visit my wife, who was at work teaching first grade. And she had her 20 first graders lined up in the hallway, preparing to walk to another room. And just seeing 26-year-olds lined up was just devastating, and it caused me to want to learn more about the subject. And I've done a lot of personal research, but I'm not a professional researcher. 26-year-olds, and I will never forget that. There's a great deal of misinformation, mostly coming from the gun lobby, about the status of gun violence in this country. And I have worked with professional research organizations in the past as a computer consultant. But while there are some extremists that insist the Second Amendment was intended to safeguard Americans against tyranny, somehow they overlook the tyranny Americans live with today. There's a great deal of information that's come forward from these hearings, from this hearing over 5 hours. and you all have my sympathy, and I appreciate you all still being conscious and being able to hopefully hear what I'm saying about it. But a lot of that information just comes from illegitimate sources. There's a great deal of legitimate objective research in the academic community from the likes of Professor Hemingway, who's here at Harvard, Professor Cook, Professor Ludwig, Professor Donahue, Professor Webster, all of them academics with really no dog in this race, except that that is their job to research. And so I would encourage you to look
no dog in it, except
carefully
it's their
at what's
living.
presented to you as research. Defensive gun use is a legitimate use of a gun, but it rarely is effective. And armed civilians are very rarely able to intervene in a situation. And so the armed civilians do not have a deterrent effect on crime. And it's important to look at those things. And I would direct you to those researchers that I mentioned before. And there's a couple of researchers out there who support the gun lobby, and they're not necessarily accurate. It's a matter of it's a matter of priorities to me. It's a matter of morality. It's a moral imperative to do something about gun violence and to continue to do so. Am I out already? I can't be.
You're long-winded and you're a loser.
Let me finish with one thing. I'm joking too much for all this. There's been a lot of mention about the founders,
but
the
you
things
got
that
your
they've
time
said,
on the
whether it's
pulpit.
Thomas Paine,
Mr. Spotlight.
Madison, or others. But speaking of modernization, from Thomas Jefferson, quote, "I am not an advocate for frequent changes in laws and constitutions, but laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. As that becomes more developed, more enlightened, as new discoveries are made, new truths discovered, and manners and opinions change with the change of circumstances. Institutions must advance also to keep pace with the times. We might as well require a man to wear still a coat which fitted him when a boy, as a civilized society to remain ever under the regimen of their barbarous ancestors."
Oh.
That's literally carved in stone on the Jefferson Memorial. Thank you. I hope you will support
No
this.
one should like the forefathers unless
Thank you
they
for
support
testimony.
us, in which
Any
case we're
questions
going to
from the
quote them.
committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Good luck.
Good luck.
Peter Lake.
Talking to these
virtually.
a-holes who like guns.
Nope.
Pandering asshole.
Connor Knightley.
Who?
Go right ahead.
Hello? Hello, my name is Connor Knightley. I live in Agawam, Massachusetts. I oppose Bill 4607. The case of Bruin did not allow more residents in Massachusetts to act as firearms, only to remove sporting and other restrictions from licenses and allow concealed carry. This bill is in retaliation to the Bruin case, removing the ability for Massachusetts Constabulary to arbitrarily issue licenses with that restriction. Like death and taxes, the second is a constitutional law and inclusive and should be. Glock switches are already regulated by the NFA. Lines 1651 through 1655. The speaker who first spoke said law enforcement and military take those firearms home, yet they still will be allowed to own them with this bill. This bill, in those lines, carve out an exemption for those groups. Lines 1629 through 1631. Someone mentioned that there will not be confiscation as part of this bill. However, the firearms that will be regulated out of this through this bill, as current owners move out of Massachusetts or pass away, it will essentially remove public access to the firearms through attrition. Line 499 through 504 gives bereaved citizens only 60 days to handle inheritances of firearms. This is egregious, especially if they are not yet firearms licensed carriers, seeing as they have up to 40 days to get their license after training and coursework. 60 days is not enough, as opposed to 180 that used to be allowed. Lines 1666 through 1685. The technologies mentioned in this clause are not widely available or affordable. They lay a foundation of a requirement that would severely impact low-income citizens who wish to own or carry firearms. See also lines 2508 through 2515. Lines 2337 through 2343 is very lazy legislation. Instead of blanket prohibition on all private property, it should instead be rewritten to impose penal fees on those where trespass notices have been made for property where the prohibition of firearms is posted. Lines 2346 through 2349. The clause should be an exemption, not a defense. Lines 980 through 983. Why should a license expire without the need for revocation? If a person has committed no disqualifying action against their license and is a law-abiding citizen, why should it not be active until revoked? Lines 787 through 789. How are these fees not a tax on a constitutionally protected right? Lines 99 through 114. This is a list of features which do not contribute to the lethality of a firearm. Enough has been said on that today. Lines 277 through 283. The firearm industry standard for semi-automatic rifle magazines is 30 rounds. Listing them to 10 rounds and classifying them as large capacity is counterintuitive. Lines 420 through 421. Reasons to believe can be very broadly used to reimpose a may issue policy in contrast to the precedent set in the Bruin case. Lines 540 through 548. Why would anything other than a receiver require serialization? My most important one, lines 940 through 990. This clause is potential for Fourth Amendment rights violation possibility. Any officer can claim that they believe to see an outline of a firearm and use that as probable cause to harass citizens for the license and other identification, where normally in Massachusetts, we are not a shall issue or a shall
stop and frisk.
Show license state or identification state. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Knightley, for your testimony. We encourage you to submit that detailed testimony as well in writing if you so choose. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Donna Gefter. Donna Gefter. About Jesse Berger. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank members of the committee. My name is Jesse Berger. I'm from Norwood, Massachusetts. I have lived in the state my whole life, and I'm going to disregard my written comments for some extemporaneous remarks as well. Listening to everybody here today, I really am struck by how different the language that we're talking is. I think that the people who are law-abiding citizens who own guns, like myself, I have been for about a decade, are very familiar with the laws. We really endeavored to become almost lawyers, gun lawyers in a sense, in abiding by those laws. And we feel that this is an approach to infringe upon that. And I think that the other side, the opposition, so to speak, feels that they're doing the right thing in trying to limit firearms crime in the Commonwealth, which is a problem and which is causing untold hurt and pain and suffering. So I think the frustration and the place that we can come together is figuring out a way to stop firearms crime without infringing upon people's rights. And I think that the details of that are not very well explained in 3 minutes, but they can be highlighted with a few instances. First of all, right at the beginning, they mentioned the former or the Patriots player, Mr. Jack Jones. We, perhaps, licensed gun owners who jump through hoops, do backflips to follow the law in this state, see a very prominent case like that where someone is very clearly going to a prohibited area without a license and seeing it adjudicated not as a example to be made of why not to do that, but instead as a deferred prosecution. It leads us to believe, and to Mr. Markey's point, not properly, that that's how it's happening for everybody, that all these people who have, potential cases are being deferred. Now, I know that's not the case, but you could see how we would see that maybe it is, or think that it is. So when we see over and over, anecdotally, now empirical evidence is hard to come by on LTC holders versus non-LTC holders, commissions of crimes and all of that, but anecdotally, when you sit there and you read news reports, watch the television, any gun crime seems to invariably involve or unlicensed possession. So it would seem prosecutions and the success of them notwithstanding, that the majority of gun crime in the state is being committed by people without licenses. So those who are licensed, when there's further restriction to be placed on our legal rights, and this bill will do that. I mean, provisions each notwithstanding, the assault weapons ban that is being enhanced, the limitations on where we can carry firearms under the law, it seems counterintuitive that this is the way to reduce firearms crime in the Commonwealth. I think that by further enforcing or coming up with strategies, the money to investigate ways to better deal with this issue without infringing on our rights would be a productive use of the committee's time, and I thank the committee for its audience.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. Next call, Davina Tobin.
Hello. I'm here as a mom, as a relatively new migrant, and also as a student of the history and laws of my newly adopted country. So as a mom of elementary children and a middle school age child, and as someone with relatives in Australia, I'm from a background where I have to answer to the relatives of my children to say, yes, I understand that they are now exposed to more risk of gun violence, or I could say gun-related violence, because I want to repersonalize the language around gun violence so that we make a concession to the opposition that yes, guns are not autonomous objects that commit crimes on their own. They're operated by human beings. So gun-related violence is more of a concern to me, having moved to the United States. And I'm grateful to live in Massachusetts, which, as many people have said today, has the lowest rate of gun-related death, gun-related interpersonal violence, gun-related suicides, because of the strict laws of Massachusetts. So I'm here to support that today. I'm here to speak out in favor of good governance, and governance, as a previous speaker said, when quoting Thomas Jefferson, that must adapt to the times, that must adapt to risks, that must adapt to the needs of the population. And as others have spoke to, ghost guns are increasingly involved in crimes. Ghost guns are increasingly manufactured, and we need legislators who feel empowered and who feel supported by a majority of the public to take action, to bring legislation up to date, to modernize gun legislation in response to the modernized iterations of guns in this community. My daughter has some anxieties at nighttime. She's 8, and she says, "Mommy, I'm worried that a man will come with a gun to my school." And I haven't told her about those risks, but she's aware because she participates in lockdown drills. She's aware, having lived in Australia, that it's a new circumstance of where I have brought her to. And I make that trade-off because Massachusetts is amazing, and she goes to Shakespeare classes, all sorts of fantastic things in this state on offer for my children, and I embrace that. But conscience compels me to speak today in favor of that part of the Second Amendment that often gets obscured or negated, which is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed upon. And I hear many people take it back to the individual to say, oh, I'm a law-abiding citizen, I don't need to have my rights infringed upon. But collectively, as a society and as a community and as a civilized body of human beings, we must accept the same types of inconveniences that we accept in order to drive cars. We must accept well-devised, thoughtful restrictions that make us obtain licenses, that make us consider safe storage, because all of the guns that are used in criminal behavior often originate from lawful purchases that are then stolen. So I urge you to consider that relationship and not just partition everybody into boxes of law-abiding citizens who should not have their rights infringed upon, and others, criminals who would never act as we do. We are all humans, and we all require remind us to behave safely in a way that benefits not merely our own families, but our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I would call Emmanuel Theodore.
Hello. I'm here to talk about this bill that's been proposed that greatly restricts our Second Amendment rights. Let me just get to my notes real quick. Give me 2 seconds. All right. So my name is Emmanuel Theodore, and I stand before you today as a concerned citizen who deeply values the freedoms that make this country unique. My First Amendment rights that allow me to speak to you today, even through Microsoft Teams, the internet did not exist when the Constitution was written. It is implied that my speech is still protected nonetheless. The Second Amendment should be treated the same, not a second-class right. I want to discuss Bill H.D4607, a well-intentioned but deeply flawed piece of legislation that raises very serious constitutional, ethical, and historical concerns. The Second Amendment is not aligned just in our Constitution. It is a cornerstone of American freedom, and this bill threatens to undermine it in several ways. Section 19 expands the definition of ammunition to include tear gas cartridges. This could restrict law-abiding citizens, especially women, from possessing self-defense tools unless they obtain an LTC. This is not just impractical, it's an infringement on our Second Amendment rights. Section 20 opposes arbitrary limitations on firearm features, such as barrel shrouds. These features do not make firearms more dangerous. In fact, they make them safer and more user-friendly. Restricting them does not enhance public safety. In fact, it exposes the user to barrels that can reach over 1,000 degrees, and many more that I don't have time to articulate here. Gun control has roots in racial discrimination. The earliest gun control laws, like the Black Codes, were designed to disarm Black Americans. Fast forward to today, and we see gun control measures disproportionately affect marginalized communities, especially in this state with the history of redlining. This bill adds another layer of discrimination. Today's gun control measures, like stringent licensing requirements and high fees, serve as modern-day poll taxes that disproportionately affect low-income individuals and people of color. Extra training mandates seek to raise these high fees significantly higher. Many Democrats champion civil rights, but support this bill, which infringes on our Second Amendment rights. True respect for our civil rights include all constitutional amendments. If you stand for civil rights, then you stand for all of them, without exception. Martin Luther King said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere," and these are no second-class rights. I urge politicians to uphold their oath to both the U.S. and the Massachusetts state constitutions. To do otherwise would be to ignore the lessons of history and risk the liberties that we hold dear. In summary, H.D4607 presents constitutional concerns and contradicts the Democratic Party's stance on civil rights. The last time a government in Massachusetts tried to restrict these particular rights, a war started. The American Revolution began when the British tried to seize firearms. Politicians should remember this lesson. And just to note, the violent gun crime in the Commonwealth is caused by the legacy of systemic racism, such as redlining and massive wealth inequality that still exists. Poverty is the mother of crime, but we do not want to address that here. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Theodore.
No problem.
I will call James Toza. James Toza. Wendy Hollis. Wendy Hollis. Elisa Fenster. Elisa Fenster? Nope. All right. Move on to Victoria Zakharowicz.
You don't got a list of that piece of paper that he's looking at, I guess?
Virtually.
Here.
Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairman Day and Mickelwitz, honorable members of the House Committee on Ways and Means, and honorable House members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary for this opportunity to comment. I am testifying in support of an act modernizing firearm laws. My name is Victoria Zakarowicz, and I live in Pittsfield, and I have volunteered with Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America since 2018. Over the last year and a half, I've had conversations with people all over Pittsfield and Berkshire County about common sense gun laws, and the response has been overwhelmingly positive. I've met with members of the district attorney's office, as well as the police chiefs in the Pittsfield Police Department, and they support efforts to strengthen gun safety measures. The PPD was very kind to give us 100 gun locks, and we have given away over a third of them in just a few months.
Wow,
Even in this beautiful rural area which I live, it is not difficult to find stories about unsecured firearms in children's homes.
10 a month.
As you've heard today, firearms are the leading cause of death for children in America ages 0 to 17. This year, the Mount Greylock Regional School District and the Pittsfield Public School District adopted secure storage resolutions that commit the schools to disseminate this information to parents on an annual basis. As a society, we know we must do more to lessen the impact of firearms on our children, our future. Many provisions in this legislation will help keep us safer by ensuring thorough safety training of firearms and not allowing those with a history of dangerous behavior to carry a firearm. We are long overdue in addressing the surge of ghost guns. It is unfathomable that unserialized gun parts can be purchased independently and assembled into a firearm as lethal as any manufactured gun. While some may say that they can't afford to have their guns fixed professionally and would rather do it themselves at a discount, I say spending the extra money is well worth being able to track that gun down if it is stolen and used in a crime. We should be helping our police to solve crimes, and micro-stamping parts is a tool to do that. People want to feel safe in their communities, whether that be in the grocery store, in a school, a house of worship, and especially their own home. Strengthening Massachusetts gun safety laws will benefit everyone and create a corridor of safety between Massachusetts and Connecticut, since Governor Lamont recently signed into being many gun safety laws in that state. I'm proud to live in Massachusetts, a leader in gun violence prevention, and I'm grateful to you who have committed to passing legislation to update our gun laws this session. I strongly urge you to vote in favor of H.D4607. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll move to Kelly Hutton. Nope.
Nope.
Darlene Bagley.
Hello.
Go right ahead.
I want to thank the committee members and Chairman Day for letting me testify to oppose Bill HD 4607. My name is Darlene Bagley. I live in Leominster, Massachusetts. I've been a Massachusetts gun owner for about 10 years now. I have a license to carry, and I take this responsibility very seriously. I abide by all of the Massachusetts strict gun laws, which are some of the toughest in the country, as we know. But for some reason, some of our representatives don't feel they're strict enough, and statistics are proving that they really are. We have almost 600,000 gun owners in this state. We register our guns, we pay taxes on them, we tell you when we're selling them and to whom, as well as many other details of ownership. Yet this doesn't seem to be enough. Punishing people who have done everything by the book instead of prosecuting criminals who use gun violence based on the laws we already have is really one of the main problems in this state. How many times have you seen plea bargains made or sentences reduced for this type of crime? I believe that we all have. Your focus should also be on mental health, as we've heard before. but especially children. People with mental health issues cannot get the help that they need. Inpatient mental health treatment is such an important way to guide people with violent tendencies toward the right path. Yes, it's a huge expense, but this is where our tax dollars should be used. It's a crisis in our state as well as our country. Your bill is once again, as you've heard multiple times throughout this, it's trying to infringe on our Second Amendment rights as well as our civil rights. We have the right to bear arms. Your laws allow us to conceal carry. We don't need to tell others we have a gun on us. We're law-abiding citizens who have the right to protect ourselves and others as well. A couple of other issues with the law with this bill that I've seen, and I know that they're really not as important as all the other things, but decreasing the grace period to renew our LTC, that's an issue. There's some cities that are unable to make appointments in a timely fashion due to staffing cuts or other reasons. That grace period helps us to stay within the law. Reducing time to transfer guns after a person's death to 60 days is another huge issue. Have any of you ever been through probate? I'm going through it right now, and 60 days is definitely not enough. You should be representing all of your constituents when you create bills, and that includes your 600,000 gun owners. This bill doesn't really represent us. I am opposed to this bill, and I ask that you focus your energies on the real issues, improving options to treat mental health patients more intensely, and the second is prosecuting people who use gun violence to the fullest extent of the laws that you already have. No exceptions, no deals. Massachusetts prides themselves with being the first state to solve difficult issues. Focus on the two areas that I just mentioned, and you will accomplish your goal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Higgins.
You didn't listen to
Darlene,
anything.
this is State Representative Natalie Higgins. You can't see me on the screen, and I just wanted to thank you and Paul for continuing to advocate for your concerns when it comes to gun reform.
Thank you.
Well, that was
any further
bad
questions?
Camera work.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
You got one job, guy. Move the camera around to between
I'll move on to
12
call
people.
Robin Neep.
Can you hear me?
We've got you. Go right ahead.
Oh, great. Hi. Chairs Day, Mikulowicz, and honorable members of the House and Committee on Ways and Means, and House members of the Joint Committee on the Judiciary.
Looking up your
My name is
nostrils.
Robin
How
Knight,
professional.
and I live in Western Massachusetts.
There's no
I am
way
very
I'm paid to
thankful
be
for
here.
this opportunity to speak today about gun violence. We need to move forward to address all we can to modernize
Can
our
I
gun
see up
laws
your
and
nose a little
continue to
bit
lead
more,
the
please?
country in
Can
working
you look
to
up
make
your
our
nose?
communities as
Looking
safe as we can.
professional. Can we look
I
at
am a
both
nurse.
nostrils?
I presently am working in public health, but I spent over 30 years working in a rural emergency hospital emergency room.
She's really good with
I personally was
technology.
involved in the care of 5
She's the kind of
gunshot
nurse you'd
victims,
want to
4
have
of whom suffered
working
fatal
on
injuries.
some kind of a technological thing.
No matter what you see in graphic depictions and news clips, it's not anywhere near the experience of being in the room, seeing horrific wounds, hearing the wails of family members, and desperately trying to make a difference in the outcome of that person lying on the stretcher.
So being frustrated during
Someone's
chaos.
child, someone's father,
That's
brother,
realistic.
or beloved family member or friend. My experience, thankfully, did not involve victims of homicide. My patients' wounds were either unintended or self-inflicted. That is a layer of anguish that I have been spared, but we all know in our surrounding communities that that is often not the case. The recent tragic loss of an infant's life in Holyoke is on our minds today. Please keep in mind the 27 gun fatalities in Springfield alone so far this year. This number reflects those who died, but not the ongoing wounds and injuries faced by so many others. Why would we not use everything we have at our disposal to do all that we can to pass legislation that will directly have an effect sooner rather than later in these communities? Addressing public carry, ghost guns, strengthening our assault weapon ban, firearm training, safe storage and data collection, leading to policy decisions about funding to reduce the blood on our streets are tools within our reach today. I'm a local group lead in Western Massachusetts of Moms Demand Action, and I have been privileged in the last 4 years to meet and try to support organizations in Springfield working every day to reduce and prevent gun violence. Many have experienced personal losses, and we know that there is much that needs to be done. Please do what you can do here in the State House to support them. Any one gun off the street, any one gun intercepted or secured will make a difference.
Any one pill off
funding
the
of the
street that can
programs that
make
are
a
proven
difference.
to
Let's
work will
lock
make a
down the
difference also.
hospitals and make
I
them
really
a
thank you for
pill-free
your
zone
hard work on
and
this
have
important
everybody
legislation.
search
And I
for pills every time they go in and
encourage
out of
you
a
to go
hospital.
ahead and
Just one
pass
life.
the bill
There's
that
only
you've presented.
5 times
Thank
the
you
amount
so
of
much.
people dying from fentanyl.
Thank you for your testimony.
But you're
Any
going to
questions from
ignore
members of the
that
committees?
and
Seeing
stand
none?
on the
Thank you.
chaos of
I'll
the
virtually
emergency
call
room
Jorge Gonzalez.
while we have to look up your nostrils. Horrible production of value.
Nope.
Nope.
Connor Kinney.
They already called that guy, right? There's a recall?
Nope.
Nope.
William Frey.
That might be a recall also. Nope.
Thomas Freza.
Nope. Nope.
Robert Geary. James DeCecca.
Nope.
I am here.
Welcome. Go right ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I am a veteran taxpayer and after leaving the corporate world, a firearms safety instructor. As you've already heard from the responsible gun owners about the unconstitutionality, penalties inflicted on the responsible owners, and lack of focus on actual criminals, I'll move on. It's readily apparent from the kangaroo court listening sessions that the voices and concerns of the law-abiding citizens are neither heard nor heeded. Since there's absolutely nothing in this bill that deals with any method of reducing crime or increasing safety, let's consider what this is truly about, in no particular order. When the Bruin decision came down last year, Massachusetts proceeded to have a juvenile temper tantrum. There had to be a significant rebuttal. Hence, H.D4607 and now H.D4607 as a political power play. How could those people possibly tell Massachusetts what they could and couldn't do? Political grandstanding at its best. After passing this bill, the Massachusetts legislature will be beating their collective chest, showing the rest of the country what they can do. The reality of this situation is what this really amounts to is another step in social engineering is achieved. The takeover of how we will be allowed to live life will now be one step closer as government grabs more and more power and the citizens are more and more under the government's thumb. As a one-party controlled state with no control over out-of-control legislators, I realize that this hearing is a mere formality of procedure and the legislator will push the bill through with a hurried predetermined vote. What I ask is that the citizens for or against this bill consider what will transpire. Knowing that so much of this bill will be reversed by the Supreme Court or possibly even lower courts, millions of taxpayer dollars and hours will be spent in court proceedings. Is that really how we want our taxpayer dollars spent? Do you really want the government dictating more and more of society's rules? Do you really want to live in your community knowing that criminals who care nothing for the law salivate knowing that fewer citizens will be able to defend? Yes, the government knows much will be overturned. This is part of the game. In the meantime, businesses will be forced to close or move, citizens will not pursue licensing, and worse, Some citizens will become criminals as they will not comply. Is this how you want to live and be governed? Those legislators and sponsors should be ashamed of bringing such a deceitful piece of legislation and manipulation to the public. In our cradle of liberty, where freedom was born, any true American could not possibly support this bastardization of liberty. Thank you for this opportunity, and God bless America.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. We'll call now Elise Levine Kanji.
Thank you, Chair Day and honorable committee members. I particularly want to recognize Chair Day and your team for all your time and leadership on this critical issue. I know this is a long, complicated, and emotionally charged hearing for all of you legislators, and I truly appreciate your hard work and dedication. My name is Elise Levine Kanji, and I live in Metro West. I'm a strong supporter of the current bill. I have been a vocal gun safety advocate since 1993, when a man with a duffel bag full of guns, including military-style assault weapons, walked into a San Francisco office building, took the elevator to a law office on the 34th floor, and randomly started shooting. The gunman killed 8 people and wounded another 6 before turning the gun on himself as police closed in. Among those killed were my beloved 35-year-old boss, Jack Berman, and our fierce 30-year-old client, Jody Sposato. Jack and Jody each left behind 1-year-old babies. Those babies are now 30 years old, living their entire lives without their loving parent by their sides. I would have been at the office building that day with Jack and Jody, except that I was on vacation with my parents. Jack was an extraordinary human being. His Jewish parents had met at a camp for displaced persons at the end of World War II and chose to emigrate to the U.S., where they thought they would be safe. Jack was deeply committed to social justice, having started 2 nonprofits helping low-income people before he was killed. Jack was hardworking, genuine, and kind, and had a booming belly laugh that always made me laugh too. I know that you here today can save people's lives by passing this legislation. The gunman at 101 California Street purchased his cache of weapons legally in Nevada, but then illegally transported them to California. After the shooting in 1993, the San Francisco legal community banded together to help pass the 1994 federal assault weapons ban. If you look at photos of President Clinton signing the assault weapons ban, Jody's husband, Steve, is standing directly behind the president. Steve walked the halls of Congress with baby Megan in a carrier on his back, letting lawmakers know that gun violence can happen to anyone, and that lawmakers like you have the power to make us all a little safer without infringing anyone's Second Amendment rights, which are not unlimited, as the Supreme Court acknowledged in Bruin. I'm fully in support of the updated framework for determining what constitutes an assault weapon and the bill's other provisions. The measures you have proposed are supported by a substantial majority of Massachusetts voters. For instance, according to the September 2023 survey of 1,000 likely voters in Massachusetts from both parties, 2/3 of respondents support prohibiting guns in sensitive places such as schools, daycare centers, polling places, and bars. The last thing I'll say is that several people today have testified that carrying a firearm makes them feel safe. Prior to almost being killed, Representative Gabby Giffords let it be known that she was a good shot with her 9mm Glock. However, it wasn't her Glock that saved Giffords' life. It was the fact that the gunman had to stop shooting to reload that allowed brave bystanders to use their bodies to tackle him. Again, I appreciate all of your time and energy on this critical issue and for all you do every day to make the Commonwealth a better place to live.
Thank you for your testimony and sharing your story. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
We'll call Kyle Knapp. Mike Nikora. Jennifer McDonough. Ann Thalheimer,
Yes, I'm here. I'm
welcome. Go right ahead.
okay. Thank you. Chairs Day and Miklowitz, members of the House Committee on Ways and Means, honorable House members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary. My name is Ann Thalheimer, and I live in Holyoke. I'm an Everytown Survivor Fellow and a member of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense America. And I can't remember what it feels like to not be a survivor of gun violence. I was a student at Summer College of Art, Carrington, on December 8th, 1982, when my friend Galen Gibson, my professor and mentor, Dr. Kunyan Sai, were both murdered on campus by who was legally able to obtain a AS from a local retailer through a Massachusetts law that laws of the purchase owns Montana and only show driver's license. He'd had bullet chipped and only surrendered. He had enough ammunition to kill us. 4 others were wounded and lived. The purchase took 15 minutes. He'd never fired a gun before. In April 1993, he came to the House to lobby for that loophole closed. That 30 years ago. Though Massachusetts has been a national leader in the fight to end violence, we clearly must do more. Gun violence should not be normal, should not be everyday news. It should not be a profession. Preschoolers to postdocs regularly what to do in an active shooter situation. Every day, safety and security in their homes, places of work, movie theaters, malls, nightclubs, schools, and public transportation roads. We must work to change this. It's a responsibility that we all share. We must take this public health crisis with the urgency it deserves. I strongly support an act modernizing firearm laws. It's a comprehensive bill that addresses emerging threats such as ghost guns and works to keep illegal guns out of our communities. It encourages the necessary safety training for those who do want to carry guns. It's funding for community violence intervention programs and explores new and innovative gun technologies. And it would have prevented our school shooter from obtaining his weapon. Very much for the House's work on this important bill. Strongly urge you to support this act and send it to the House floor for vote. I appreciate you hearing testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for sharing your story as well. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we'll call Ezra Cohen. Ann DeLudy? Nope. William Hubin?
Yes, I'm here.
Go right ahead, sir.
I am a LTC holder and I carry concealed each day as the law and as my license allows. I'm curious to know, I think the public would like to know, what is the logic and the rationale behind mandating in this proposed legislation that individual property owners, business owners would have to give express permission in order for a duly licensed permit holder to carry concealed on their property. I don't understand why that's a concern, especially when you consider that it's few and far between the public places that post a no firearms policy on their window. So if it's not a worry and concern for business owners, what is being protected here? They still have the prerogative of posting such signage and enforcing that regulation. And yet very few places do. I defy the average person to show that that's a common practice. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hubin. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you. David Martindale? Nope. Timothy
It doesn't just wait at a cost.
Lev Benkin? Rick Peters. Ms. Peters, you're on mute. Go right ahead when you. Go right ahead, sir. Peters. All right. Sean Well. John Erie.
Erie, Pennsylvania.
Timothy Talk. Aaron Casteris.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Tim, committee, all the members. In particular, I'd like to thank for them, but it's only a small handful, approximately 10 pages, that update the penalties for people who use firearms criminally. And those, as I went through, I found they're all administrative changes. So the only thing that this bill is imposing new restrictions on are the law abiding. Why? Because criminals don't obey laws. That's by definition. So let's go through a few of the things that really are untenable in this law. It's a First Amendment violation. We need to, if you are a private homeowner, you need to post a sign if you would like someone to be able to come into your residence or business without with a firearm. Well, there's 600,000 of us who go about our business daily armed, and we're the ghost people. You don't
looking forward to submitting some additional written testimony on specific areas of the current draft that I believe still leave some questions unanswered, and not necessarily unanswerable, but specifically around necessary exemptions for law enforcement officers.
So we just, I guess the stream ended, but some guy from Michigan went in there and swore at him and said they're all a bunch of effers and F you assholes and stuff. So that'll be the only excerpt, and they'll suggest that that's all gun owners, I'm sure.
It appears there is interest in addressing the proliferation of ghost guns. There is interest in areas of statute that the committee is undertaking. I hope that we don't rush this, that we answer those questions that have not yet been answered, even if the answers aren't what folks may want to hear. We should still take the time to answer them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. Move on to Jonathan Ames.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Can you see and hear me?
We've got you. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I'll try to make this short. We have 3 minutes. I don't intend to go under. I am an attorney, but I'm not here representing any client or organization, just myself as a concern-based stater. I am also finishing a master's in historic preservation, and I've done preservation work for over a decade now. The reason why I introduce myself as this is to show you that firearm owners come in all different shapes and sizes. I've helped several people try to obtain their license to carry before Bruin, and I've met sundry and diverse people who are firearm owners. They are chemists, they are nurses, they are mechanical engineers, they are physician's assistants, they are baristas, they are salesmen, they're accountants, they're all different various types of people. Much that I plan to talk about today was already discussed, so I'll try to keep this short. I am speaking in opposition to H.D4607. I believe that reading D.C. versus Heller, McDonald versus City of Chicago, Caetano versus Massachusetts, and New York State Rifle Pistol Association v. Bruin shows that much of this bill is very constitutionally suspect. As a young man, a very, very young boy, I used to be very opposed to civilian firearm ownership. I used to be very much support of gun control, and I used to be one of those who thought only that the trained, skilled police should be the one that should be armed with firearms. However, my study of history, when going through undergrad and working at a very popular Southeastern Massachusetts museum, has really taught me otherwise and given me a new perspective. And then my education at law school has only strengthened my resolve to generally oppose gun control laws. Even before law school, I came up with a thought experiment in my own head, which allowed me to be able to consider other sides. And I'd be happy to share that. I'd share that thought experiment with anyone in the subcommittees afterwards. I believe that the requirements put in for training to get a new license to carry is extremely prohibitive, is constitutionally suspect against Bruin, and as well, I think generally is bad policy. It will put different financial and time-consuming barriers in front of people who are trying to get the license required to exercise their Second Amendment right. And rather than treating this civic and human right as it is, instead it will make it it will turn the Second Amendment from a right into a privilege for only those that have the time and the money to spend, so that way they can get the live fire training, the de-escalation training, the different background checks, and all the different classes that you intend to take. There's much more I would like to go over, but I will write it and submit it by the end of this week. And I thank you very much. It is nearly 5 o'clock, and I believe hearings like this are very important to help people have faith in our institutions.
Nice.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ames.
One of the
Any
better
questions
ones
from members of the committee?
Well said.
Seeing none, we'll look forward to that written testimony as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I'd like to welcome District Attorney Marion Ryan to come forward as well.
She's probably going to swear a bunch and
Thank you, Mr.
call
Chair,
them all
members
out.
of the committee. I'm here today to testify in favor of the bill. And in
Oh.
response to some of the questions that in watching the hearings I've heard from committee members today, yes, this is a task that undertaken by the chair has attempted to upgrade a wide variety of statutes that have not been changed in a very long time. So are there things that we could all discuss and disagree with in the course of this very large bill? Yes. Not moving forward on this bill would be a significant mistake, because I heard earlier today the questions about safety. One of the most important pieces is the piece of this legislation that addresses ghost guns. To give you some idea, and as Representative Barber knows, in the last year, in just 2 of my towns, Cambridge and Somerville, we have had over 20 shooting incidents involving young people. Many of them have involved ghost guns, and many of them have also involved the guns that have been modified. And to give you a sense, we used to go to a shooting.
Many
young
of
people
20.
shooting back and forth,
All of
and we
y'all's
might
rights,
find
fuck them,
10,
because many of
15
20.
casings on the street. It is now not unusual to go and find between 50 and 100. And that is a fairly frequent occurrence. And that is because we are allowing people who have a drill press or a 3D printer to be able to make modifications to things that clearly are guns and should be treated as guns. And that's one of the important pieces of this bill. The other
that shows that
is
you don't have
the
any
shooting
understanding of what
at
you just talked about
residences,
there, lady.
which people forget. When you talk to people in public, they are shocked that we do not have a law that appropriately addresses this. I represent the city of Lowell, where we have a number of intersections where 3 of the 4 houses on the corners have bullet holes in them. And unless we can prove that there was some intent in firing at those houses, we cannot prosecute them right now for a crime that reflects the seriousness. And we have been incredibly fortunate. We are fortunate that we live very close to medical centers, and we have been fortunate for bullets that have flown through homes, into people's bedrooms, into their children's bedrooms. The one piece I am going to ask the committee to consider amending the bill with respect to is the discharge of a firearm with reckless disregard in a crowded place. I think if we never had an idea of what that meant, the incident in Holyoke last week with the woman on the bus with a bullet coming through the back of her seat on the bus. She was 8 months pregnant, lost that baby. She's in critical condition. This is what we are talking about. People are just randomly firing guns. We had an incident about 1.5 years ago on Memorial Drive
People are
heading into
just
Boston,
randomly firing guns.
right as school was getting out, where 2 cars were just driving along and people were just shooting. They were passing each other back and forth and just shooting. I also have, I know my time is up, but I also have information as to some of the questions I heard from the committee with respect to the statistics as to repeat offenders, particularly of firearms, and also the situations in which we see people using in a violent crime a legally owned firearm. Happy to take any questions, and thank you for your consideration, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, District Attorney Ryan. Appreciate the testimony. Any questions from members of the committee?
Yeah, challenge her on why she lets these people go. She's the district attorney.
Thank you.
What are the answers to those 2 questions?
So what I can tell you is that in Middlesex County, obviously largest county by population, in a 2-year period, we filed 460 gun cases in our district court. Of those, just under 12%, 11.7%, involved people where there was a previous conviction for a firearm. So just about 12% of those We're seeing that. With respect to the use of firearms in violent crimes, we can find in about a 25-year look back, with the exception of situations where it was self-defense. So someone's attacked, they may legally own a gun and be using it. With that exception, one of the only exceptions we can find is the most recent case we prosecuted about a month and a half ago out of the city of Everett, where a gentleman about 60 years old killed his wife, his estranged wife, in the driveway of her parents' home. He was in possession of that gun legally, the shotgun that he used on his wife. But other than that, we are not seeing that.
You said convicted, prior convictions. How about prior charges?
We have, I looked at that as well.
What are you doing?
We have
What are you doing?
about, of that 460, 14 cases where people have prior violent offenses, which would include the possession of a firearm.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Reps are back.
Thanks for coming. With that, is I guess my take on
What are
it
you
is,
doing back there all the time?
those are priority cases in the office. You put your best prosecutors on it, you indict them, they get state prison sentences. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, sometimes you lose those because of factual issues with that, but you don't simply reduce cases for the sake of reducing it, even though they have prior offenses.
We have a policy of not reducing on gun cases. Now, you may see someone who comes in, as you well know, Representative, you may see someone who comes in charged with one gun offense, and with a little further probing, they are incorrectly charged. So there is a correction in those charges. It is not a breakdown in the sense of we are bargaining something away. An officer may not have understood that was the home, the person's home, or we find out they actually are living in a certain place. That may change the nature of the charges. But I think we are seeing an epidemic of gun violence. And now is not the time to make a change with respect to how we're handling those.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, District Attorney Ryan. Next, we'll call Jesse Thorpe.
Yep, I'm here.
We've got you. Go right ahead.
Okay. Well, I had a speech like everybody else did today. And obviously, being 4:55, I'll keep it short. I strongly oppose this bill. I am a firearms store owner in a small town in Barre, Massachusetts. I've worked hard my whole life to save money and pursue my dreams of opening a store someday. I don't know. I'm all shooken up over this because it's going to affect me. It's going to affect my livelihood. I'm not going to be able to sell firearms that are in common use today anymore. You're going to take that away. This whole thing is just absolutely absurd. Assault weapons. There is no assault weapons. Features on a gun do not make them more dangerous, period. Full autos, sure. They're dangerous weapons. Weapons of war, understood. I just strongly urge everybody to look at this. I mean, testimony from everybody today. I mean, you got both sides. I get it. You know, ghost guns, serialize them. I kind of agree with that. They shouldn't be guns that people can come into a store and buy that are unserialized, or parts that are unserialized and be made into weapons without a license or without background checks or any of that stuff. But I know for a fact that background checks are being done. Lawful people that come in to purchase firearms have a background check federally, have a background check through the state to receive their license. You know, I just think that this is absolutely ridiculous. I've spent, you know, as everybody else has, all day on this call, trying to conduct business today as well. I closed my store week and a half ago to come to Boston to, you know, the rally to show support for the 2A community. Lost a whole day's pay there too. And, I just strongly urge that everybody takes a closer look at this bill. And it's super unconstitutional. It's definitely an attack on our civil rights and liberties, 100%. And we need to enforce the laws that are on the books, period. End of story. So I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe, for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. Next, Aiden Hart.
Yep, I'm here. Can you guys see and hear me?
Go right in. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So I'll open this by saying that I think to a certain degree, we all want the same thing, and that's what's best for us and our families. I do not come here today in opposition of this bill to be viewed as a gun nut, just the same as I don't want to view those in favor of this bill as anti-gunners and tyrannical politicians.
Oh, this guy's going to.
I hope with the limited time I have, I can shed some light on some points of view that those in favor of this bill may not have considered before. I really think that at the heart of this bill, it does nothing to address what you guys want to achieve. The bill, along with almost all firearm-related laws, are being touted as public safety bills. Yet none of the measures will do anything to actually achieve that. I fear that the firearms are so politicized that lawmakers will make rash decisions based on their personal biases and feelings versus what's actually best for the people and factual data. There is such a focus on the tool being used, but not so much on the person using the tool or why they're doing that. Banning tools and inanimate objects while not addressing the perpetrator and why they're doing these things is disingenuous and will not stop violence. I want to remind everyone what the Second Amendment is even for. It is strictly to protect us, the people, from a tyrannical and controlling government. Self-protection, hunting, collection, that's all secondary. Why should we allow the government to have a monopoly on the tools needed to defend oneself? Government officials' lives and liberty is just as important as ours. Now, we can go into the statistics and data and show that assault weapons are not an issue, such as the fact that they make up 3% of gun deaths. I don't have time to talk about that today, so let's keep it at a high level. Banning the features of a weapon, one that any criminal can easily add on or modify, only hurts legal gun owners and limits what they can own. Criminals simply do not follow laws. The same can be said about large capacity magazines. Not only will criminals ignore this and use normal capacity magazines, let's just say that they did have 10-round mags. In the event that they wanted to cause harm, they can still do it. You just simply reload. In the event that I want to legally protect myself and my family, I find it very off-putting that the government can have any say on how many rounds I can carry or what I can carry.
What are you doing?
There's no way to know what situation you'll be in, and I'd like to have as many tools as possible and as many advantages in any given situation as possible. The licensing requirements are another massive issue. What problem do we have today that these new proposed rules aim to solve? This is just another government roadblock set in place to make it harder for law-abiding citizens to get the tools needed to protect themselves. I think we can all agree that learning safe firearm handling is important, but that should be up to the people to determine when and where they learn that, not on the government to regulate. It's a purpose-driven law that deters those from applying for their license to carry. Some people may not have the time or money to do all that, but their family's protection is no less important. Lastly, I just want to end this by saying that I would do anything in my power to protect anyone innocent around me. That includes everyone who's listening, your friends and family. I will not outsource my security to anybody else. The average police response time is 6 minutes in Boston, not across the nation, in Boston. 6 minutes is a lifetime, depending on the situation. Those of us in opposition of the bill are not bad people. We are not the ones causing damage to society. We should not be punished for those that do. We should be focusing on the aggressor, not the tool that the aggressor is using.
Nice.
Thank you. I welcome any questions.
Nice.
Thank you for your testimony.
They
Any
won't
questions
ask you
from
any
members of the
questions.
committee?
They're scared to talk
Seeing
to
none,
you, dude.
thank you.
Of course they're scared to talk to you.
Next, we'll call Eric Reed. Jill Porowski.
Nope.
Hello.
Hello.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Much of this you've heard before, but I wrote down my statement, so please humor me by listening. Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to speak in opposition of H.D4607, formerly H.D4420. I am a mother, secretary at my sportsman's club, a range safety officer, a member of GOAL in the NRA, and a proud law-abiding gun owner. Adam Winkler, a professor of law at the UCLA School of Law, said the Second Amendment is losing its legal relevance in distinguishing lawful policies from unlawful ones, as the gap between what he calls the judicial Second Amendment and the aspirational Second Amendment widens. He defines the judicial Second Amendment as how courts interpret the constitutional provision in their decisions, and the aspirational Second Amendment as how the amendment is used in political dialogue. The latter is far more hostile to gun laws than the judicial one, he said. H.D4607 is an aspirational Second Amendment bill and further widens the gap as judicial decisions upheld by the Supreme Court, including Bruin, Heller, and others, are ignored. Law-abiding gun owners are also victims, as our civil rights are continuously trampled in the never-ending pursuit to reduce violent crimes involving guns. I respectfully highlight that the regulations outlined in 4607 are pointed in the wrong direction. I would inquire as to how many criminals and illegal gun owners took the time to attend today's hearing to support the additional layer of restrictions that they need to comply with. My guess would be none, as they do not comply with the barrage of current requirements. So what does another 123 pages of restrictions mean to them? However, I've been here since before 11 o'clock for 3 minutes to defend my civil right when I did nothing wrong. Law-abiding gun owners carry for their own protection, and that need has only increased due to brazen criminals, many repeat offenders, knowing the firearm charges are the first to be dropped, and current minimum mandatory sentence guidelines not enforced. When, and more importantly, why, did mandatory sentencing guidelines become optional or voluntary? 123 more pages doesn't stop any of this. Law-abiding gun owners train, we learn, we practice, we prioritize safety. We hope and pray we are never in a situation where we need to use our skills, but we have the right to protect ourselves wherever we are, and I will defend myself and my family. Yes, my kids deserve knowing they're safe too, and they know when I am armed, I am their best defense. You have given criminals the upper hand by unconstitutionally controlling my Second Amendment rights, an unalienable right. I am in favor of regulations that hold criminals accountable for their actions, including the misuse and illegal ownership of firearms. H.D4607 does nothing to do any of this. I respectfully request that law writers change their focus to address the underlying issues of violent crime involving guns, gangs, mental health, etc., instead of additional layers of restrictions for law-abiding gun owners, and work to enforce current laws. Address the issues causing crime and holding criminals accountable. Build a safe community. I'm tired of being attacked legislatively for exercising and believing in my Second Amendment right. I am one of the 600,000 fed-up law-abiding gun owners in this state referenced by Jim Wallace earlier, which is now well over hours ago. And like many others, I too will not comply with unconstitutional regulations. Thank you again for this opportunity to oppose 4607.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from committee members?
Hey.
Seeing none? Thank you. We'll go on to Daniel Corsi. Nope. Darren K. Moore.
Nope.
Eileen Stars.
Where's my window?
Appears you're on mute, but go right ahead, Eileen.
Hey, stop it.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We get you now. Go right ahead.
Very crazy echoes and everything.
Yes, before I read my written statement, I'd like to just make a couple of points. I've heard many people today speak about that children's death, highest death is from guns and firearms. However, if you look at the CDC website itself, you will see that the CDC lists deaths for ages 1 through 14 as accidents, not gun accidents, just accidents. And so that's misleading what people said earlier. So I'd like to point that out first. I would also like to say that this is a bill that is being heard and will be passed and will affect the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And so any testimony that was given today about firearms issues in other states in the country should be disregarded, because this is only concerning Massachusetts. And so only Massachusetts information should be considered when you're considering voting on this bill. And with that, I'd like to just read my statement since I've been waiting 6 hours. I am appearing here before these committees today to testify regarding HD 4607, formerly known as HD 4420. It really doesn't matter which bill number you give it, what benign sounding name you give it, or how quickly you try to ram it through the legislature. The fact is, it is a blatant disregard of your constituents' constitutional and God-given rights. The best factual point that I can make to this committee against this bill is the fact that the CDC's own 2021 study sets forth that Massachusetts has the lowest rate of gun deaths in the nation at 3.4 per 100,000. I understand that homicides and suicides are a problem, even in low numbers. Criminals are licensed firearms, and the cause of suicides is a matter of improving mental health accessibility in Massachusetts. Please further consider that if an individual wants to harm himself or others, they will find a way to do it. Disarming good legal gun owners will only increase the rate of gun deaths. As you know, women are especially vulnerable to crimes of theft, rape, etc. This bill will make a larger number of women in Massachusetts less safe. Please ask yourselves if you are willing to live with that fact. At the conclusion of this hearing, I pray this committee will think about the oath of office that they took to uphold the Constitution. I pray that they will show respect to their law-abiding constituents. I pray that you will not play God and deprive good people of their God-given rights. I pray that you will consider this matter not as a member of a particular party, but as fellow human beings. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and patience. Move on now to Bob Boudreau.
I'm here, thank you.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Bob Boudreau from Chelsea. I am speaking to oppose the current legislation. I'd like to address specifically Section 96, subsection 2, paragraph 4. And in case you don't remember what that is, it's regarding carrying firearms in prohibited areas, which states in part, any private residential dwelling of another not held open to the public unless the person in possession of the firearm A has a valid firearms license or permit, and B has been given express authorization to carry a firearm in said dwelling by the property owner or lessee or an agent thereof, provided that express authorization shall be signified by unambiguous written or verbal authorization, or by the posting of clear and conspicuous signage on the building or the premises by the primary owner or lessee or an agent thereof, indicating that the possession of a firearm is authorized. By this proposed law, my Second Amendment right has been reduced to a privilege that is subject to the whim of every property owner in the Commonwealth. In effect, the Constitution ceases once I enter their domicile, unless they choose to grant me my rights. This is the very antithesis of a right. Every residence has become a sovereign entity, which will decide which privileges apply and which will be denied by the owners. I now need permission to have a right, which of course is no right whatsoever. My next door neighbor is a police officer, and he's required by his department to carry a gun at all times. He comes over on his day off to my cookout, but I have not given him express authorization to carry a firearm on my premises. I can have him arrested. How would this violation of the Second Amendment look like if it was applied to the First Amendment? My other neighbor comes to my house, and she has a different political view than I do. I could have her arrested because I did not give her express authorization to have a freedom of speech in my house. My Jewish neighbor comes over, and he cannot wear his yarmulke in my backyard because I have not given him unambiguous written or verbal authorization to have freedom of religious expression. I'm not a very good neighbor, am I? Do I really need to go on? I propose that the new legislation therefore should mandate that every residence have a sign posted on the property that specifically states which rights are granted by the owner. Every right that does not have an expressed authorization is therefore de facto denied, just like the Second Amendment would be in this bill. This will give everyone to be informed, and it should reduce the number of people who mistakenly thought they had constitutional rights here in the Commonwealth. I hope that people can see that this is such a slippery slope and that it can only lead to the diminishing of rights of the citizens of the Commonwealth. I believe that you cannot uphold the Constitution and support this legislation. You have to make a choice. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Boudreau. Any questions from members of the committees?
Don't care about
Seeing
that.
none, thank you. Next, we'll call Edmund Jude.
They don't
Busala.
care about that. Next time there's an anti, I'm going to reboot my computer. FYI. Just saying. Just saying.
Edmund Jude Busala. You're on mute.
Edmund. 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 Edmund.
Oh, excuse me. I logged in on a different account. Allison, it's my wife's.
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
You put me on the screen. I only see Edmund. Allison? It's Allison.
Okay.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So Chairman Day is to gun owners like Hamas is to Israel. Guys, go to PD.
We'll move on to Jack.
No serial numbers whatsoever. Government's not going to know about it.
What the fuck, man?
We all good now?
Don Halleck.
They're freaking out. They're
Yes, I'm here.
It's an
Can you hear me?
overthrow. It's an overthrow of the Zoom meeting. Oh no.
Thanks. I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to speak. I'm opposed to this bill in its current form in its entirety.
Michael Day's a fucking idiot.
Sorry.
Go right ahead.
In particular, Section 122 for the registration clause. In the state, I'm a licensed LTC carrier. I've passed all the background checks. I also worked with the DoD previously. I passed their level of background checks. And I was a previous New York State resident where they also had a registration requirement in this database where its registration data was stored was eventually breached, which caused that the owners of the firearms was exposed to the general public, the media. And what this breach caused was enabled people to look up where firearms were. It put, and my concern with this Section 122 is that if this legislation creates this database and that database is ever breached, which is unfortunately quite a common occurrence, that it could highlight my home as a target for robbery because it then identifies that I have firearms on my premise, which puts me in danger. And then once those firearms may be taken, we now have untracked firearms out on the streets. In conjunction with the red flag laws, this database represents a opportunity for abuse. The lack of due process in the red flag laws would enable people to look up that database, say that I'm an at-risk character, and then strip away my rights without ever possibly even meeting me, so long as they have access to that database, say
They believe they have the ability to oppose a standpoint that they may not agree with. As stated multiple times during this meeting, Massachusetts has one of the lowest gun death rates in the state. It's a great thing to have. I don't wish to ever change that. 57% of those are unfortunately suicides. But I believe that there are better ways to combat the 140 odd gun deaths, 106 odd gun deaths that are caused each year by person-on-person violence. Massachusetts, I came here because there's great opportunities for jobs. We have an amazing medical system. We have chances for advancement all over Cambridge, Kendall Square. There's jobs everywhere in the city that allow people to increase their social status and make a better life for themselves. I think that has more of an impact than any of the articles listed in this legislation to reduce the violence that is currently impacting Massachusetts. And in terms of what's causing deaths in the state, it's a comparatively small amount when we look at, say, our opioid epidemic, which kills over 2,000 people a year. We have about 2,000 suicides in the state alone. And as has been mentioned before, mental health care will be decisive in improving the safety of our state. So I would hope that we can redo a bill like this and come up with a better solution. I know that the legislature is trying to reduce the number of deaths that we see every year. I believe it's good intentioned, and I know that there's a middle ground here that can be reached where gun owners don't feel like they're being stripped away of their rights, being second-class citizens, but at the same time, people that want more control, they want safer streets, can get what they want. I think that this bill is a step in the wrong direction. As stated, I came from New York. They have a higher gun crime rate, and they have even more restrictive laws. Where if you look just north of New Hampshire, they have looser laws, but a lower homicide rate with firearms. And I hope that via this testimony and the written testimony I'll be submitting later, there's a chance that we can come to an agreement that would satisfy both sides without infringing upon the needs and wants of legal gun owners like myself, who do everything we can to be safe and abide by the law, but at the same time frequently feel targeted as second-class citizens by exercising those rights. Again, I thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I know it's been a long day, but I appreciate you listening and hearing me out. If there's any questions, I'd be more than willing to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. Move on to Anthony Masciota.
Hello, I'm here. Hello, I'm here.
Go right ahead, sir.
Right. Thank you for this opportunity. I live in Agawam, Mass, and I've lived in the state for nearly all of my 65 years, and I'm a law-abiding citizen, licensed to carry holder, and trained. I followed all the laws. I've never had a speeding ticket for 30 or 40 years. So I'm a law-abiding citizen that is opposed to this legislation, this proposed legislation. I think my epiphany came in 5 hours and a half when Chief Leahy stated that 451 chiefs of police unanimously said they cannot support this bill. And I feel that at this point, people that are left on this call and the committee that's here staying, thank you for this time. That's a huge statement. The chief of police, the chiefs of police say that they cannot support this bill. I am empathetic and I am sympathetic to the tragedies that I've heard online with the stories for the people of violence, of guns. It's not gun violence. Guns are inanimate objects. But I do say that who better to know that this proposed law will not effectively stop crime or eliminate the illegal guns or whatever, because the people that are on the front line, the chiefs of police, our law enforcement, are opposed to this. Who in this room, on this line, in the state, anywhere in this world, who you call first when you're aggrieved by a criminal? You're going to call the police, and these people know best. I'm going to limit my time for what I have here. I appreciate the opportunity. I've never been involved in anything like this, but I feel so strongly about my position and the, my fellow LTC holders that I needed to stay on this line for this long. So I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and your patience as well. Any questions from members of the committee?
Assholes in the suits
Seeing
are
none,
getting paid
thank
to
you,
be
sir.
there, so they don't care how long they got to be sitting here.
Move on to Andrew Johansson. Nope.
They are doing it pretty well.
Nathan Hunter.
They're not being weird or dicks or nothing.
I'm here.
They took the abuse
Hello?
really well.
Yep, welcome. Go right ahead.
Hi. Chairman Day, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. My name is Nathan Hunter. I'm a resident of Raleigh, and I serve as a police officer for a municipal department in the Commonwealth. I'm also my department's firearms licensing officer. More importantly, I'm a husband and a father who has 4 young children. Above all that, however, I'm a Christian, and I believe it would be fruitless to discuss any matter of law without discussing the great lawgiver. Jesus Christ is King of Kings and Lord of Lords, which means he is King of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. One day you will stand before your King and have to give an account for the laws you passed. Likewise, I will have to stand before him and give an account for how I enforce those laws. So I'd like to read to you chapter 13, verses 1 through 5 of the Apostle Paul's letter to the church in Rome. The main thrust of this passage concerns a Christian's obedience to the civil magistrate. However, he also gives important insight into how God expects his earthly rulers to use their authority. So hear the word of the Lord. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, whoever resists the authorities resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. If you have no fear of the one who is in authority, then do what is good, and you will receive his approval, for he is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain. For he is a servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer. Therefore,
It's taking forever. Just don't tell me what's taking forever. How about that? Well, you don't have to tell me what's taking forever, and I'm gonna tell you what's taking forever. I just got puppy splayed in the eye. Oh, come on, man. Right in the eyeball. Puppy eye. Got puppy splayed in the eye. Oh, come on, man. Right in the eyeball. Puppy splayed in the eye. Oh.
How many million here in Massachusetts? It is illegal for us to regulate them. We can't restrict people from having them. We have a permitting process to get an FID card and an LTC, but you can't tell people what they can and can't own. According to Bruin, it just can't happen. I run a gun shop. I own a real estate company, a construction company. My realtors now are not going to be able to carry a gun. They have to show properties late at night all by themselves. That's not fair. Basically, I can't tell you how many people come in my shop every day and tell me either they or
Thank you for your testimony and for your patience as well, and waiting to deliver that testimony. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you again, sir. Eric D'Souza. Matthew Stanley.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Go right ahead.
I'm speaking today in opposition of the autocratic bill H.D4607. My fellow Americans, some Catholics, friends, parents, and neighbors, I speak to raise the issue of those found not to be a threat at the 10-day hearing as part of a red flag proceeding. Although this bill contains provisions for fines or jail time as a potential consequence for falsely accusing a person is the presence of justice. Bill 4607 is not a reasonable bill. Where is the equity for responsible firearms owners here? Government confiscation of property in red flag situations without the ability for the accused to defend themselves and have the opportunity to have due process. Taking that property from law-abiding, responsible citizens is never acceptable. Please consider this tolerance of such injustice as a symptom of a much bigger problem. Those who give up freedom to gain a little security are worthy of neither, and that's been said for many years. I respect a citizen's right to not carry, and I ask that you respect my decision to carry to protect myself and my family inside and outside my home. I am a duly licensed to carry holder in people are able to raise these red flags, I believe that we're opening Pandora's box in a lot of ways. And I also understand the intent behind these laws as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stanley. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you. We'll call Jeff Strider.
Come on.
Go right ahead, sir. Jeff Strider. You could be on mute. There you go.
There we go. That better?
We got you.
Okay. Calling. Reference in front of me, there are some provisions in this bill, one of which said effectively that a person with a non-resident with a license from their state can carry a firearm in their vehicle, but once they exit the vehicle, they have to store it pursuant to all these other safe storage laws. So the scenario that you would have is, let's say you're driving through Massachusetts and you get a little fender bender. I now have to pull a firearm out of a holster, brandishing a weapon, in order to put it away to get out of the car to exchange insurance information. So I have to commit a crime to not commit a crime. That doesn't seem to be very helpful. So I would encourage, in modern times, people always say, trust the experts, listen to the experts on everything from healthcare to climate. You've had a lot of experts from the firearms community, from Gun Owners Action League, Aaron Grossman of Boston Pink Pistols. Even their own police chiefs are saying unanimous. This bill isn't going to work. It needs to be redone properly. I would say, don't ignore the experts. Don't put
today who said there's not enough research or studies. They have not been looking. My study showed me that violence prevention and suicide prevention are very similar. People become violent or suicidal when they don't feel valued or heard. This is what we need to do to actually address and impact people's lives, not more regulations on firearms or more studies. Due to my podcast, I have many stories of horrible suicide deaths that didn't include a gun. I'm sorry, I've been doing suicide prevention since 2018. I was also suicidal as a teen. We should be helping folks feel like they are worthy and being heard. There's nothing in this bill that does that. I have been testifying for over a decade and been so disappointed that people keep talking about guns and not about actually preventing violence long before a person puts a gun in their hands. Serializing guns only helps after a crime has been done. It is not preventative. Every year, folks who don't like guns come back saying just one more law or regulation, yet still refuse to actually address violence or suicide before it becomes gun violence. Why is a gun-free zone bad? Sandy Hook, Las Vegas, Pulse nightclub, all were gun-free zones. That's enough proof for me to know that they don't work. People who are anti-gun are bad at math, in my opinion. There are roughly 400 million guns in the US. That's 4 followed by 8 zeros or 5 zeros. I can't do math either. The 10-year average of murders is roughly 10,000 per year. That is less than 0.003% of guns in America are used in murders. When we are solving problems, we need to focus on something we can make a difference with. From the U.S. Secret Service and Department of Education, they talk about productive actions that educators, law enforcement, and others can pursue. Some of these items were just mentioned about the attackers and saying most attackers indicated they needed help. Many had attempted or considered suicide. As I stated before, I've been doing a weekly suicide prevention podcast since 2018 to raise awareness that nationally, roughly 2 out of every 3 gun deaths are suicide. From the report, the shooters also felt bullied, persecuted, or injured prior to the attack. Where are the anti-bullying laws or programs? As a mom, instructor, and competitive shooter, I oppose H.D4607 because it focuses on guns versus actual prevention. I want legislators to work on helping prevent violence long before a person gets a gun in their hands. H.D4607 only makes it impossible for me to be a law-abiding gun owner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your patience and your testimony as well, Ms. Cheney. Any questions from members of the committees? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to thank all the members of the public who waited through the time necessary to have testify at this hearing, both in person and virtually. I'd like to thank the members of the Ways and Means Committee as well as the House members of the Judiciary Committee for joining us here today. For the public who did not testify or otherwise wishes to submit testimony, you may do so for the record through Friday afternoon, 5 p.m. by emailing An Act, Modernizing Firearm Laws at mahouse.gov, or again by sending a letter to the Judiciary Committee by regular mail at 24 Beacon Street, room 136, Boston, Mass. 02133. With that, that will conclude today's hearing. Appreciate everyone's time and patience.
Wow. All right, well, so I barely got on there, and I didn't get the audio good, but I barely got on there for Brooke. And so Brooke lives in Connecticut, but she went to Massachusetts. We started this thing. Hey, look, they're giving me these cool pictures. I'm not doing this. This is from, where's this feed from? Massachusetts government website, something or another. So that's pretty cool exit stuff. I think they did pretty good. They, well, they still got audio on. So I think they were pretty fair. They were definitely calm and collected through the whole 6 hours or whatever. And I think we missed about 20 minutes of the beginning or something like that. So I guess now we maybe missed an hour, right? It's about 5 hours that we've been live. Or we're about to hit the 5 hour mark. So anyway, I've seen plenty of these now over the years. Texas, Connecticut. Did we watch Maryland live? I think Night Strike hosted South Carolinas. So there's been a few, and they're marathon sessions. You can learn a lot. It's not necessarily vital, but it is. If you're really paying attention, you can see the differences in the current and the stream and the different things that they do, the different boilerplate they use and don't use, and that kind of stuff. So pretty good. I wasn't counting. I was doing other things here, trying to. My computers were fighting me. But I was not counting to see how many. It seemed like there was more anti than there was pro. But there was more anti than there was pro at the meetings in person also, and they disregarded that easily enough. So I'll just put my commentary in here since I can. First off, it's Prime Day, Amazon Prime Day, and they're giving us all kinds of good deals and stuff, both as buyers and people like me that send you over there. So I put a link in there if you're going to be buying stuff on Amazon anyway. Then if you use our links, I appreciate it because I get a cut of that. Sometimes as much as 4%. It doesn't cost you nothing. It's usually like 2 and 4%, but I think the next couple of days it's more. So appreciate the people that do use that. I'm trying to shut down my other computer and talking at the same time. It's not working. And then everybody wants to buy something over at the store. Awesome. Thanks for that. But now I'll give you my commentary. So like I said, it's like the fifth one I've watched probably that I paid attention to. And I mean, I was doing stuff over here, but like little maintenance stuff, I was still paying attention to it. And I probably see more of it than y'all because I wasn't really paying attention to the feed, which I was experimenting on my other computer today, which is probably not a good idea. I won't do that. Well, I'll figure something else out for that. But I attempted to run it on that computer so I could do the work I was doing over on this computer, and I don't think it worked too well. So you probably missed chunks of it that I didn't miss because I was seeing it and I didn't realize the feed ended a couple of times there. So one of them is where that guy came in from Michigan and harassed it. So that didn't help anything. That's just some fucking stunt. But you know, the people that clutch their pearls and take everything over dramatically, they're going to suggest that that was, some sort of an attack. The one lady who gets paid to show up at a Zoom meeting by Bloomberg, one of the top 20th of the wealthiest people on the planet Earth, pays people to be there, and they don't even have to show up. They're getting paid so much they can just do it via Zoom. And then somebody toggled on and off the mute, which anyone could have done because of the way they were running it. So until proven otherwise, I'm just going to assume that was a charlatan move to take the one person who was being paid the most to say the same thing that she always says and to toggle her mic on and off and to suggest that it was the other side trying to quote unquote stifle her, even though her boilerplate garbage was the least effective of anything, since it's exactly the same. And it actually shows that they're completely tone deaf to every actual nuance of this, and that they have to say that they only have to say the same thing every time, and it works for them as a money-making engine. So, it's probably to their advantage to have that one get toggled on and off and to have the attention not on the boilerplate that they spew every time, but instead on the suggestion that they were being muted or something. So aside from that, it was fairly back and forth. It was like watching a ping pong game or something with a bunch of frustrated people who made it clear that it was unscrupulous for the people who say that they're there to represent to offer no real opportunity for the number of people involved to pay attention to this and be able to change plans and mobilize to be there. It's a completely unrealistic time frame for such a thing. Proves that they're attempting to do everything possible to just skirt it by and to get their goal accomplished with the least possible participation with their constituents. All right, so otherwise, though, I thought it was pretty good. The people on our side were doing pretty good. It looks like a bunch of them were paying attention to the other testimonials, and they were editing or altering theirs. It looks like the other side, I want to say typically, because typically they come there with their speech. They're not really people that are, in the game. They're soldiers. They're not generals. They're definitely not lieutenants, and they're definitely not people who are thinking creatively. They're there as soldiers. They're there to say what they're there to say, and unfortunately sometimes they're there to be exploited for their circumstances or their positions. So we had that, and we had plenty of it, and you could tell from the full description of the name of the bill. It was a pretty good indicator that they were essentially reading boilerplate. They were probably feeling like they were accomplishing something, feeling like they're really helping out, but didn't feel comfortable getting up and creating their own stuff. They don't have that much confidence or awareness of what's going on. So, they were happy just being given the stuff to read. And it shows, one, that that's the dynamic to some extent on the other side. That was a majority of the other side, I think, if I'm not messing with that just because it seemed like it. But, that shows us how much. And then it shows us what, since the other side has a script to write, that's what they decided to write. That was their script. And their script was built on lies. Let's stand on the graves of suicides. Let's obfuscate whatever. Let's act like 18 and 19-year-olds are children when we need them to be, when we need to suggest that children are dying at unprecedented numbers due to firearms because it's gang violence. And then let's ignore the gang violence when we want to talk about the number of firearms deaths, because it's not really that many when you compare it to fentanyl, and it's not that many when you compare it to any other health issue like heart disease or smoking or any of those things. So, again, this is a distraction, and unfortunately nobody brought that up. Nobody on our side. It was all my rights and my property, a little bit of nuance to there, but I don't think anybody really brought up that, like, hey, your failed policy. Did anybody bring up, hey, your failed policy is creating these issues, and now you're blaming other people for these issues? Is that gaslighting? I don't know what the term is for that, but it's a form of manipulation, and it's obvious. So their failed policy is creating these issues, and no one's addressing it. And their side is softballing, never going to bring up the issues. On our side, just doesn't bring it up enough or at all. We challenge the actual accusation or the issues at hand, which is necessary. But I think we'd do better off if we had workshops and some collaboration sessions so that people had maybe an arsenal, pun intended, a battery, a magazine of things to bring to the table, so that if they discover that 2 or 3 of their talking points have already been covered enough, that they could switch to the other 4 or 5 talking points that they brought with them. And, the same way that if you brought different fishing lures, or if you brought different size shotgun shells, depending on how the wind conditions are, the birds are flying and that kind of stuff. So, having a little bit more practice at advocacy is always a good thing. The best advocates are going to get old and die. So we can't just assume some advocates out there are going to come in and swoop in and save the day, just like, we don't get superheroes. So the best thing we can do is value your voice and be part of this stuff. I hope people that are watching it to this level understand that and encourage others. You're not going to be able to do it. Obviously, you're one person, but encourage others, share this stuff, talk about it. It's civic duty. It's civic opportunity. It's not, some people don't really shy away from the responsibility side of it. It's certainly an opportunity. And if you want to bitch and moan, put some skin in the game. At least know what you're bitching and moaning about. You can watch the news, which is a brief, hand-picked version of what we just saw for 5 and 6 hours. Or you could talk to Brooke Cheney, who sat there for 6 hours waiting for her to be the last one up. Or you could talk to Toby, who took time off his work to be one of the first people up. And then talk to one of those people in between who had epic conversations. If we had maybe 10 more Patreons, 20 more, if we had 20 more, 50 more Patreons at maybe $5 a month, boom, we'd be interviewing all these people full time. So we'll be heading towards that on our end. But until then, consider supporting some of the people that you've seen over there. Goal, Brooke Cheney. Who else was over there? Toby. And who else was there that had an entity that could be supported? I'm probably missing a couple, and feel free to leave them in the comments. If you're listening to this, nobody's listening to this at 5 hours in. Otherwise, have a great night. And I don't know, Brooke, are you still doing your thing here in a minute? And otherwise, Ghost has a show coming up. He'll probably be talking about guns or whatever. Yeah, Carrie Ann was there. Does she have something? I think she may have a Patreon. Yeah, Sisters in Arms. Okay, so Brooke has a class coming up in a minute to talk about Connecticut, which is a different state that has an abusive pile of bills heading, or did it already get passed? I'm not even sure. We're going to go find out. So I'm going to end this, try to get something accomplished here off air, and then head over to Brooke's thing in a bit. All right, thanks everybody for joining us, and again, thanks for everybody who jumps over to what's it called, Amazon, and purchase something from our Amazon stores. Essentially, all you got to do is go over there and look at stuff, and then when you decide to buy it, look at our stuff and then buy it, or whatever, how it works. Rub a cookie all around, get yourself a cookie, and by clicking on our link here, and then go buy whatever you're going to buy on Amazon. It doesn't charge you nothing more. It just gives us a little cut, gives us a little taste. It's like if you're buying something, they let us look at it, and maybe we stick our finger in the icing a little bit. No big deal. But then we smear it around with a knife. Nobody knows nothing. And we get a little cut. We get a little sweetness off of that deal. Am I allowed to say it that way? I think we're allowed to say it that way. So there's our Amazon link. Where can you find Brooke? Brooke is at a Great Start Shooting School, which is easy to find by typing it into a search engine. Like this. Or if you don't go to her website or her YouTube channel with the same name, you could hang out on Saturday afternoons. And as she mentioned in her testimonial, she's since for a couple of years now, more than a few years now, Brooke has hosted a consistent Saturday evening conversation about suicide prevention, mental health awareness, and normalizing the conversation and normalizing the topic so that we can have conversations like, oh, I broke my arm. Like, oh, I'm not feeling great this week. Like, oh, I'm having some family issues and I'm just having to deal with that or whatever. Oh, nice. So it's effectively messing with me, just linking this. What's up with that? So, the same way that we can talk about a broken leg and not feel weird about it, we should be able to talk about mental health and one step towards that normalization. Why isn't it letting me link to your business over here? What's up with that? So it'll take that by itself. Maybe it was something about this. You probably got a bunch of crazy code in here that I can't grab. Yeah, see, it won't let me take that. There's some crazy code going on right there. So let me do it this way. Put a bunch of spaces in. And then put the link in there. This is the way I prefer to do it. Because then when it's up here, oh, it's messing with me again. Nothing I can do. No, you know what it is? I'll bet you it's because it's shooting. I'll bet you YouTube is being a censor. Can I? No, I can write shooting. What the hell? Yeah, I have no idea why it's being weird. All right, well, so with that, we'll throw a commercial up. Oh, man, I forgot to have this going. We'll have a commercial over here. Thanks to everybody who buys stuff over at our store. Helps us keep doing what we're doing. And our Patreons are really the ones that allow us to do what we're doing here. Most of them buying us a cup of coffee each month, $5 a month. Every once in a while, somebody buys us lunch once a month. Those $20 at us, $25 at us. And that accumulates. And it lets us pay the bills. It lets us pay for the servers. It lets us pay for all the softwares. And actually, maybe even next month, depending on how things go, I might even start using 2 more levels of software, again, thanks to Patreons, which will give us more functionality and more ability to do some stuff kind of behind the scenes between the website. So thanks for creating an infrastructure and, of course, the time to do this stuff. So if you don't want to be a Patreon, maybe jump over to our store. Check it out. We have all kinds of cool stuff for sale.
GearWebsites.com is your source for firearms-based playing cards and books. We also have mugs, shirts, and posters with designs that we've made live. Of course, we have patches. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday. We appreciate your support. Thank you for shopping at GearWebsites.com.
you see myths and legends that contain firearm use, what are you talking about there? Myths and legends. You're saying, so far the biggest source I found is the various tribes of Taiwan. See, I don't know what you mean by myths. Firearms haven't been around long enough for myths to be made part of them. Maybe in China, but I doubt it, because they've existed since history. You know, they're not prehistoric. Don't myths have to be prehistoric? All right, well, Puppy's going on some adventures. I got to catch up with him. Otherwise, I'll never figure out where he went. So, see y'all later.